Ready? Play.
Hey guys, finally we see each other again after like 16 hours. I'm here for the night session again. We'll see what sort of matches we actually get, because recently I was like specifically joining for Tsitsipas Raonic, and then of course we stayed up until Zygmunt Goff. Maybe today there's also going to be something like this, and in general, I'm not really focused on like any given match. In the title we have Hanfmann Sinner, which is the 1 a.m. men's match, and also Alcaraz Koepfer, of course. We'll see how that works out. But at present, if I'm counting correctly, we have 7 men's matches going on and three on the women's side. We've just had Grigor Dimitrov save 3 match points against Alex Molchan, which probably could have been Dimitrov's worst loss of the season. Now it's like one of his best. So very thin margins in tennis as usual. Of the things that are going on right now, let's see how it's going. What's happening? Jack Draper very close to a win against Raul Albot. Nothing surprising there. It's good to see that the Brit is in good physical condition. We would love to see his match against Hurkacz in round 2, but of course for that the Pole also has to beat Marc-Andrea Hissler. He was broken in the first game of the match. Yibing Wu is down a set to Dusan Lajovic. That's also like a match where there's lots of injury question marks. Timofey Skatov has already taken a set of Alex Deminor, but I don't think that's one that I'm gonna follow. For me right now, I think it will be maybe Hysler Hurkacz or maybe Wawrinka Nishioka, but I'm also waiting for Echeverry Virtanen for sure. And there are still 5 men's matches that have not started yet, which most of them are actually quite exciting. Taro Daniel playing Kyle Monfils, also Lloyd Harris against Guido Pella, and then we have the 2 aforementioned ones, the 2 that you have in the title, Hanfmann Sinner, Alcaraz Koepfer, that are of course in the main courts. And there's a number of women's matches about to start as well, or due to start in the next hour or so. Some comments showing up. Let me see what's going on. Yes, Molchan absolutely is a fellow Slovakian. Jakub was definitely fond of him as well. I guess there was not really a Slovak player that he would dislike. I don't think, but yeah, Molchan's rise on the Challenger Tour in 2021, especially coupled with Klein as well, that was something that he enjoyed a lot. And Draper 2 sets, but needs to close it out in 3. Fardy fighting hard. Yeah, I haven't been watching Albert Draper, but just like from the scoreboard, it doesn't seem like he has struggled like almost at all. Saved a couple of breakpoints in the second set. Seems like otherwise, actually 3 of them. Oh, okay, because he has just saved one to go for 5-3, but he has a match point now on the Albert serve. Damien, you look a bit tired. Get some pickle juice inside yourself and let's go. That's probably because I was napping like 15, 20 minutes ago. But now I'm ready to keep going for the night session and probably not stay up until the very end. Like yesterday when we finished Zygmunt Goff, I was not watching Djokovic, Miller, and I was not watching Prozorova, Wozniacki, but I didn't miss a thing. Today, I guess it's slightly more exciting, but then again, do I really believe that in the best of 5 format, Alcaraz can lose to Koepfer? Probably not. And maybe Marina Zanevska in the last match of her career against Sabalenka. I mean, it's only the last match of her career if she loses, right? So who knows? Are you watching US Open by night and Chinese Challengers by day? Depends. Yesterday I got to see some of the Chinese Challengers because they actually had weather issues too, and they moved some of the matches indoors, so it was really late in the day. But I think generally speaking, most of the week I will be sleeping through. Most of the Chinese action. I'll probably catch Como and Mallorca a fair bit more than Zhangjiagang. That's my assumption. My thoughts on Garcia. It's a good one. Not surprised, she played Yafan Wang, who is on like an incredible win streak, right? How many is it? I mean, it's not a win streak per se, but like if you look at her last, I don't know, 40 matches, she's won 37 of them or something like that. I know most of these have not been and like at the best of levels, right? I mean, there's a number of like Japanese ideas that she had there, China as well around like May, June, which definitely weren't that strong. But she was on fire, of course. Of course, she used to be a top 50 player Also, she just basically proved these rounds recently with the Stanford title, and yeah, just how she crashed everyone in the qualifying. Double bagel against Sarah Bailek, and yeah, Garcia is just struggling right now. So I think with her style, especially, she can kind of lose to anyone. She is at 7 in the WTA rankings, which obviously is way too high for what she can produce at the moment. But the talent is still there. Maybe at some point she gets something going again. She is down to 10 in the live rankings at the moment. And when it comes to the WTA race, is she like around top 20 at least? 23rd. Yeah. So as you can see, even in the points for this year, Garcia is, keeping herself at like a Grand Slam seeding position. It's just her real level right now is not that much stronger than Yafan Dang. So that's fine. Who is ready for the night session? I see a lot of guys ready in the chat, and I am ready for sure too. Garcia's body language during match is very negative, slumping shoulders. Yeah, she is in this very weird spot where like she plays balls to the wall, hyper aggressive tennis, and when she doesn't really believe it, oof, that's when it gets really rough. And obviously, she's not a player who has like any backup plan. She just has this one huge returning strategy. She has this one ability, incredible early timing, but like the consistency drawback is massive. And yeah, it's a shame because she's obviously super skillful, and when she actually puts it together, I mean, for 2 weeks in 2017 or 18, and whatever the year was when she won the two WT thousands in Asia, and also of course the second half of 2022, it's clear that the potential, the ceiling is just absurd. And yeah, just we're not seeing that right now. And as long as that is the case, she's not really a threat to to be winning these sort of events. Because, well, last year, if you guys go back to US Open 2022, Garcia was perceived as one of the main favorites going into that event, and she just sort of choked in the semis, right? She had absolutely nothing going right for her against Onjabera, I think it was, right? Yeah, 6-1, 6-3. So there were some definite chances for Garcia there, but it looks like this year will just not be as successful. But it's not like her career ever was really consistent. It's just truly a story of a couple of big peaks, and of course in doubles it's been a lot more consistent. But she also hasn't been like focusing on it all that much. Especially over the last few years since 2017. Hubi's returns. Yeah, I'm afraid of that. That maybe someone like Hustler could be a tough matchup, even if he's super out of form. And yeah, let's see if Hurkacz can make this win routine, because it just doesn't seem like for him there are any routine victories. Most of the time, he really needs to fight for it, and it's kind of obvious with the with just the machine that he is regarding tight matches, tiebreakers this year. Otto is going to win tonight and then beat Yoshi or Stan next round. I don't hate that prediction. I think possibly it's something that I maybe could have gone for in my bracket. I can't remember. There were definitely some wild third rounds that I went for, like of the ones that I that are going to work out. I think are likely to go to work out, are still on track to work out. I had Menchik and Mikkelsen for sure. I think I also had Kokinakis going pretty deep, which he suffered one of his worst losses of the year today as well. Virtanen is a possibility. I think if he actually beats Echeverry, which is a bit of a litmus test in my opinion, because we have not seen him at this level in the longer format really, and Echeverry is not Delian or Cecchinato on hard courts. He's definitely much stronger. So like if he beats Echeverry, I think that would signify that Virtanen has a very serious chance to win his next match as well. Whether he actually does that, that's something that we'll learn today, but yeah, the level that he played at when he had that third set against Yunjing Shang, right, in the qualifying, that was something special, and of course somewhat unexpected. Not really, because Vietnam doesn't have the talent or like cannot do it on outdoor hard courts along with indoors. He's not Alicia Parks, but he can. Well, basically, he was struggling for like what 5 months by now, basically ever since the indoor season in March finished. Um, so if he can touch that sort of level again, I would love to see that. We'll see how he holds up physically as well. That's been an issue for him in the past sometimes. But then again, free setters in the qualifying, and he looked fine. So maybe that's also not something that we need to worry about here, basically. Kokinaki's kind of got spanked. Yeah, it was. I don't know if worrying, but like for him, definitely a shame that he looked just very easily outplayed of the backhand side, And it's obvious it's not a great shot or anything, but like when someone like Sue just comes out and is so much more complete than you on the day, and you kind of have no idea what to do about it. Yeah, not a great look when you're perceived as such a talented and like such a um like untapped potential sort of player. Yeah, just really disappointing all around, especially as Nori seemed beatable at the moment. Now Nori gets Sue in the second round, which seems like he should be taking advantage of the opportunity, and then Fils or Arnaldi, maybe Fils or Arnaldi beat Nori. This is actually one of the best matches of the second round, I think. Fils Arnaldi, and I have absolutely no clue who's winning that. Right now, I have also absolutely no clue who's winning Mare Dimitrov. And before the event, I would have said Grigor, but after he played for how many hours? About 3.5 probably today. Let me check that. Whoa, wow, it was actually even 4.5. Wow, I didn't even realize it was that long. I'm not really sure what's gonna happen there. Nurlan says, do you think Leila Fernandez has improved compared to last year? Definitely not. Like, I think it's a fair argument that she has not improved since the US Open 2021, like in the slightest. And today, of course, cannot really blame her for losing to Alexandrova. It's a rough matchup for your opening round, but the fact that she is getting this is also, of course, a reflection of her ranking, which is simply not in the Grand Slam seeding range. So she can get matches like this in the opening round. And yeah, I think against players like Alexandrova, I think she's just completely forced to just rely on them making errors, and them screwing up. She can help them with a pretty tricky lefty counter punching game, but I think that the way she was winning matches at the 2021 US Open is not really sustainable in the long run, and that's so far what we're seeing. And yeah, personally, I don't really like her chances of returning to a Grand Slam final anytime soon. So yeah, I would say this year, not much progress at all. Compared to last year, maybe because, well, last year also wasn't that hot for her, but last year at least she had like a main tour title, right? But was Mexico and the likes, but no. Yeah, I would say she has definitely stagnated quite a lot. Isner Cerundolo? Isner Diaz Acosta? You mean? Yeah, Isabel will not be too happy about it. Personally, I'm very glad because, well, even though I like Diaz Acosta, it's not that. It's just that I think it would have been a very unfortunate ending to John Isner's career if he lost to him today. And yeah, it's good that he's gonna get more of a um, relevant opponent. I want to say, Diaz Acosta certainly could become relevant in the future, but I think on hard courts, especially for now, Isner just wouldn't feel right for Isner to finish his career on a loss to him. Obviously, Isner will still play doubles, but the singles one. Mo Isner, I think this is totally fine for John. I think if he loses to Mike Mo, I don't think he's going to be that angry about it, just because he's American. And also probably more of a, yeah, just a better story. I think if he goes out to a competitor of his, and someone who is playing extremely well at the moment as well. And then Draper, Hurkacz, if he lost to one of them, I think that's absolutely fine for Big John too. And yeah, he was returning his Diaz Acosta's serve very, very well today. He has, a forehand. He has a backhand. He has pretty awful, but like sometimes surprisingly efficient movement. He is a good volleyer, obviously. Like maybe more so reactions than actual technique, but yeah, I will never say that he's like just serve. I've always defended these guys, but um there was something. It's just me, the Minneni and Karatsev. So Minneni is playing doubles with Karatsev at the US Open. That's yeah, that is interesting for sure. I never would have even like put the two together. And they're playing Jere Hüsler, so that's kind of winnable. But yeah, I don't know how this got to be. In fact, I'm kind of even surprised that Meneni is playing Grand Slam doubles in the first place. But, well, not with Bambri. I mean, just he just constantly played with Bambri. It feels like, and right now he just goes for a very different choice of partner, I suppose. Bambri playing with the Moliner himself, interestingly. What else did we have here? Linda Noskova or Linda Frugvirtova? I definitely enjoy Noskova's prospects more. I know. I think she's like an actual super talented ball striker. Does something that other players can't, whereas Linda Frugvirtova has not impressed me at all. Like just like her sister, she was definitely up there very early. Like she managed to get to a high level at a young age, but at the same time, since then she basically stagnated a lot, and especially having watched her live this year, I don't really see the big deal about her. I was even surprised because the stroke production was actually like much better live than it was on the stream, I think. But yeah, she just doesn't really look special, I think. And Linda Noskova, on the other hand, if she sorts out this sort of motivation, no, not motivation, but like focus, concentration gaps, ups and downs that she has, feels like she actually could be a very special player quite soon. Today she won like 50 minutes, right? But I know it was against Madison Brengle, who's like one of the most uh, boring pushers on the women's side of the sport. I think this is a fair description. I think even Madison Brangle would be saying, "Yeah, I think that's fine right now." And so obviously this isn't really a huge win or anything, but Brangle has upset a fair amount of dangerous opposition in her career so far. So yeah, against Robert, I think Noskova, if she plays her best, she has a very fine chance, especially if Ons still struggling physically like she was today against Camila Osorio, and the Colombian was just unable to really take advantage of that. Frugvirtova is in middle of a slump, yeah, but that slump has been going on for like 2 years now, and to me, well, I know she won like Chennai like last year, right? So you could argue 1 year. I just don't think it's a slump per se. I think that's what her game is right now. It's basically all I have to say. The way she was just blown off the court by like Ostapenko in Madrid, or actually Ostapenko a few times this year, but also yeah, Collins just now. I think that's more in line with what we're going to see from her over the course of her next few years than people want to admit. and of course that Chennai title is going to be dropping soon, so she kind of needs to get anything going in order to save the ranking points on a bit of a losing streak. Yes, but like since that Chennai run, or maybe more so since the Australian Open, she has been on that slump, and I just don't think it's really the slump. I just don't think it's really a slump, to be honest. I was very surprised Sheva didn't put up a bigger fight versus Nori earlier. He has been like exposed a bit on the main tour, I think, on hard courts, and I think I sort of expected him not to be that competitive there. He's also been just so up and down the last few months. Which I guess is a little disappointing. Which the last two sets of Trevisan Putintseva, says Ghosty. Yeah, I heard that was magnificent, but I didn't actually watch it. But just even from the scoreboard, you could see that it was going to be insane, right? Yeah, Osorio definitely could have done a bit better today against Jabeur. There was a chance there. She missed it. We'll see if Noskova is also presented with one. Because I feel like if you get her, today against the Jabeur of Tuesday, she would have a good shot to win for sure. Evans 2 sets to love up on Galan. That would be a very comfortable win for the Brit if it continues, especially given that Galan last year obviously was responsible for one of the biggest upsets of the US Open 2023, one of the biggest upsets of the US Open in the past few years as well, I would say. And yeah, so far not close to repeating that. Of course, it wouldn't be that sort of a monumental upset, but still, like not even close to getting that. I think I'm gonna turn on along with my Virtanen Echeverry stream. I think I'm gonna turn on that Hüsler Hurkacz one as well, while the Swiss is trying to serve out the opening set. Needless to say, losing in the opening round after the sort of warm-ups that Hurkacz has had, that would be a huge hit to his confidence, to his, yeah, just again to him, because of how usually his slam results are just not on par with whatever he's doing in the lower tier events. It is changing a little bit, with the 2 second weeks this year, but still, it you could expect more. And in New York, he has never been past the second round. Everyone is assuming that he will this time, but this sometimes has not worked out well for the Pole in the past. Look at Wimbledon 2022. When he wins, hey, everyone thinks he's like a top 3-4 contender. He loses to Davidovich Fokina in that thriller in the opening round. He will be trying very hard to avoid a repeat of that. But so far, it looks like that one weak service game at the beginning of this set will probably be enough for him to lose it. Although he has just won that point, so it's 15-30. But of course, Hissler is still in a great position. Rybakina versus Pegula final looks most likely to Nurlan. Yeah, I mean, Rybakina has definitely been more exciting to. Sorry, I got lost there. I mean, Rybakina has definitely improved her chances by just how good she looked against Kostyuk, and like seemingly there are no injury issues. So Rybakina is more of a contender than I think I initially thought of her. And Pegula, yeah, she is in that bottom half with Sabalenka, but she has a nice draw to go deep, and it could be the slam for her where she breaks that quarterfinal barrier. So I think, both of these are still very much within that top 5 contenders um, spectrum, and yeah, we'll see if they are actually the ones to make it. Am I excited for Petros Tsitsipas to win a slam? Why not? Why not? Why not? Yeah, I think, Nick, the sleep deprivation, it's it's really not that poor because it's the US Open. Like Australia is tragic. It's, January is a month where I'm just walking around like a zombie. However, the US Open isn't that bad. I go to sleep at like what 4 a.m. That's something I could easily do without the tennis as well. So that's not something that I'm struggling with at the moment, at least not yet. Although both today and before yesterday's stream, I did take a couple of short naps. Hurkacz had a chance to return to that set, but yeah, just a big first serve down the tee from Hüsler. So that chance is very quickly uh, eliminated. There was also something about, yeah, especially since you have hyped his draw, Damien, about Hurkacz. Yeah, he obviously has a nice opportunity given the form plus the draw. Draper, if he's healthy, is a threat. Maybe Mo, whom he has a very poor matchup against, and who beat him in Washington, would be a threat. Isner in a retirement event in like a serve-bot match, potentially a dangerous player too. But just in general, yeah, it's an opportunity that Hurkacz has rarely had at the slams. We've rarely had this situation when we're really looking at him as like a everyone's dark horse, and we'll see how he manages to handle that mentally as well. But yeah, the draw is definitely there for him to take advantage of. There's no thing like at Wimbledon where he was playing so well and he runs into Djokovic in the fourth round. He managed to earn himself another breakpoint there, but this time it's a serve out wide that saves it for Huster. I suspect that this match will not be that exciting in terms of patterns of play, and it will just feature a lot of beautiful serving. But that's what you get with Hurkacz and Hüsler. I don't drink coffee at all. I don't like it. I just don't like it, and I also don't feel like it was going to help me in any way. I don't know if it's scientifically proven, but I have very low blood pressure, and yeah, I just don't feel like it's even helping me in any way, and I hate the taste. Anyway, 6-4 Hüsler. The opening set goes to the Swiss. So all the Polish fans staying up for this match today are already losing their minds. I don't know if my dad is watching, but he said earlier that he doesn't know if he's going to, because if Hurkacz is going to be losing, he probably will have to turn off the TV. So I think if he was watching, he probably has turned it off at this point. And yeah, let's see if he can salvage this. Obviously, just a set that he lost in the very opening game, and then never really had a chance to return to that. I have noticed you, John, but since you're not saying anything, since you're not saying anything, I just kept on talking.
Yeah, don't worry. If you're watching her catch, I'm going to watch something else. I just don't know what yet.
Compilation of screams from The Exorcist. I don't know about that, but you could probably listen to some horror movie soundtracks, as if they were just regular music, like Halloween especially. So I do tend to listen to this just like regular music, and it is haunting. Or in The Exorcist, you obviously have Tubular Bells by Mike Oldfield. But I guess then I would actually listen to the whole album rather than the soundtrack.
I remember you not liking coffee. That was probably in the top 5 memories, I would say. Things that stuck most, along with your interest in the big server who beat Lane Hewitt, Karlovic, and the pub quiz. And by the way, for those of you wondering what I'm talking about, I'm just talking about Damien's visit to Bonn earlier this year. Your incredulity over just everybody not being German. Yeah, but not liking coffee, I remember that one. Because that sticks. Some people don't like hot drinks. Do you drink hot drinks at all?
I mean, I don't drink coffee or tea. You know, I'm fine with a hot chocolate or something.
Yeah,
It's
hot
not that
chocolate
I
can
have
be
anything
nice.
against hot drinks in the first place, but like I just don't drink coffee or tea. But you know, it's nothing about them being hot.
I'm putting on Samsonova against Liu,
But yeah,
assuming that's still live.
yeah. I'm just basically watching Virtanen, Echeverry, and Hüsler Hurkacz. And that's probably what I'm gonna stick with for now. We also had that Hanfmann Sinner one at 1 a.m., right? But
Hang on, has Samsonova finished? That has finished. I don't know what I'm doing. This is from earlier.
yeah, yeah, that was a long while ago as well, right? Like,
Yeah, it's just for some reason it's an option and it said live. Um,
oh,
so I will find another one.
yeah, I think that was one of the first matches of the day, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah,
But when you
yeah.
said it, I never actually realized. Yeah.
She won in
I
straight
mean,
sets. Yeah.
Tausen Potapova is going on out of the
Oh, is it? Okay.
women's matches. You know, otherwise probably not that exciting.
Um,
Men's you also have Wawrinka Nishioka. Your favorite compatriot Dan Evans is playing against Daniel Lahigalan.
I like Dan Evans as a person and
Yes.
sometimes his tennis too. He probably, possibly my favorite. I mean, obviously, Liam Brody, I have a soft spot for, but maybe he's really my favorite British player just because he's kind of working class, which I like.
Looks like Liam will not make it into the US Open main draw though. So
No, I don't know. I think it would be impossible for him to do so, even at this.
well,
It'd have
not
to,
yet.
is it
Not
not
yet.
impossible? How
There's still a
would
chance if
five people fall
two more
ill?
players withdraw.
Two more? Oh, really?
Yeah, because there are four matches that have not started yet. So you have Hanfmann Sinner and Alcaraz Koepfer. If two of
Maybe
these
he's been
players
spreading this
withdraw,
virus that people
yeah,
like
maybe.
Jabeur has been suffering from,
Like
and
if there are just two more players out of Hanfmann, Sinner, Alcaraz, Koepfer withdrawing, then Brody would get in. But yeah, that's very likely, of course. He was drawn fourth out of the lucky loser pool, so
yeah, Taos and Potapova's into a third set.
basically it was just a matter of luck. Kazo and Duckworth got in, Korea and Brody did not so far, and well, it looks extremely unlikely at this point that either will do, but.
Something tells me you didn't watch Andy Murray today, Damon.
No. Had more interesting things to do. I'm sort of pushing the joke, but
I
yeah,
was
it just
watching Trevor Sam at the same time.
wasn't invested.
I was watching Trevor Sam.
Fair.
When Andy Murray was playing, I was watching Trevor Sam.
It doesn't seem like there was that much of a
Trevor Sam was fun.
thrilling encounter in Murray
Oh,
Mute
Murray's
either
no.
anyway, right?
Well,
Like
Murray, I did. There
mhm.
was some drama in the third set because there was a few underarm serves and also a fall from Mutet. So, and it was still nearly 3 hours, even though it was straight sets.
Yeah, I think Murray Mute, someone texted me that like the one-hander of Mute, the fact that he still cannot hit his backhand properly, it was just brutally exposed in that one. There was something here. Well, where is it? Where is it?
Liam will be midway through a huge hamburger, and someone says, "Hey, mate, we need you to get to Arthur Ashe ASAP because Carlos is waiting for you."
Yeah. Oh, there was something about. Oh yeah. How was Kazo chosen? So basically, at the end of qualifying, depending on how many withdrawals there are, there's a lucky loser draw, and since there were no withdrawals, the lucky loser number, like the players in the pool in the draw are the number was 4, and it only gets more than 4 if there are more than 2 withdrawals by the time the qualifying competition finishes, and then the number of lucky players in the lucky loser pool is lucky losers plus 2. But here there were no withdrawals, so there were 4 players in the draw. It was the highest ranked players who lost in the final round of qualifying. So it was Coria, Duckworth, Brody, and Kazo. And Duckworth was drawn first, which is why after Nishikori withdrew, he got to play Marigani Alves. Then Kazo was drawn second, which is why he got to play Rublev. And apparently Coria was drawn third and Brody was drawn fourth. So
Okay.
yeah, it would be extremely tough for Brody to get in now, because even one withdrawal does not get him there. And well, unless for some reason Federico Coria didn't stay in New York and just chose to skip his lucky loser opportunity, but I don't think that's the case. So basically impossible at this point for Liam to get in, which it's just a matter of luck, but that's the system, and it's definitely better than it used to be anyway, because when it used to be just no draw whatsoever, it was just the highest ranked players. Some guys would just tank their final round qualifying matches. In fact, Justin Gimelstob, the former coach of John Isner, is responsible for this, because one year at Wimbledon he basically I think he retired after one game in his final qualifying round, and it was actually even like one of the officials that suggested him to do so. He retired. He then managed to just rest up before the main draw, and he actually made like the third round or something. And a couple of years later, or maybe even 1 year later, this was already changed, because everyone just realized that the system is kind of broken, and in that way he is responsible for this actually.
Am I the only person that's bothered by this? What's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, there's a very specific English word for it, but I'm not sure what it is, where all the slams are doing each other favors by handing out wild cards to nationalities, such as the Americans are giving the French, and blah, blah, blah. So that way they get a few Americans into the French Open as a wild card. I think it's pretty bad. I mean, it's corrupt.
Why?
Well,
it's a trade. There's no money on the table.
No, but it doesn't have to be money on the table. If I'm saying, listen, we're going to block off 99% of the planet, so that way you give a wild card to an American. Thank you very much. Good for American tennis. And we'll give a wild card, therefore, for a French person in exchange. That's corrupt, isn't it? Doesn't have to be money.
I don't know. Why wouldn't they use this sort of option,
I mean, well, that's like, if their options are there, it doesn't mean they should be there.
Yeah, but then you would have to restrict wildcard usage as a whole in some way. I'm not really sure in which, but you would have to make some sort of criteria, general criteria for wildcards.
I mean, it makes the Eurovision Song Contest look clean and unpolitical.
Australia featuring in the Eurovision Song Contest.
Israel too.
Israel.
Israel also plays in the European Championship qualifying for soccer as well.
Yeah, but
I think no one in the Middle East wants to play them.
Yeah, lots of countries, right? Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, they all play in the Euro zone.
Yes, Ghost. It's no, as I mentioned a couple of days ago, it's no coincidence as to where we have one of the most elite sports on the planet and in which locations they fall. I'm not asking them to change now. I like, I'm not really pro tradition anyway, but I do like having a set 4 slams a year. I wouldn't be against it switching from time to time. I wouldn't be against one year being in New York and the next year, say, in a Canadian city or even Mexico, for example, to try and spread things around a bit. I wouldn't be against having it 1 year in Australia, 1 year in China maybe, or somewhere else in Asia.
There's this funny Twitter account, which I think is fairly new, and it's called Saudi Sports Letter. Okay. And it basically says that, well, let me read it. Honest and objective tennis and sports coverage. And the guy is, I don't know if he's from Saudi Arabia, probably. He is an advocate for Saudi takeover of pro tennis, and he says he's fighting the corrupt tennis media. So he also could be a burner account of Paviji, for all we know.
Indeed.
However, basically the guy just started commenting, that tennis. Let me read this one. Yeah, under the tweet where Zygmunt was criticizing the U.S. Open crowd, he says, Laura is exactly right. Pathetic display by the chair umpire, American crowd, and corrupt tennis media. This is exactly why the US Open should be replaced with the Saudi Open as the fourth calendar slam. Saudi fans would never commit this level of disrespect. And I just find it funny how it's supposed to be honest and objective coverage or something like that. I think it really is a PaviG burner account.
Could well be. Trishen, who appears basically once every 6 months, has piped up. Let's move Wimbledon 1 year to Germany. Yeah. Trishen, by the way, was in I think on my first ever podcast, which was with Owen just over a year ago.
Nice.
Jake is asking who PaviG is. Surely you know
No,
who PaviG
there's
is,
no way Jake doesn't know PaviG. Being the one of the people who I think are on tennis Twitter for the longest. I think he has to know PaviG. Has Paul Judd been battling injuries? He's just come back like last month. Got a few nice ITF runs, but then he had to retire against Klinka again.
PaviG said a few nice ITF runs?
Paul Judd, no.
Oh, Paul Judd.
PaviG, though, this year he unblocked me on Twitter, so I must be doing something right.
He just is trigger happy, and looks like he's trigger happy both ways. He followed me and then unfollowed me on Twitter, but he does still follow me on Instagram and like my posts from time to time.
Yeah, he had never followed me, but he has unblocked me, so I felt very it just felt amazing, to know that my tweets are going to be visible to such a legend again, to such a close personal friend of Novak Djokovic as well.
Yeah. He manipulated some. Would you believe this? He would manipulate something to look pro Novak and anti Rafa with regards to when Zverev got injured and Rafa's reaction. So I called him out on it, and he was like, only kidding, just a bit of banter. And I'm thinking, yeah, but you know that 98% of people are reading this not as banter. You know very well that it's not banter. He's just because he's just winding up both fan bases, but of course, in particular, the Novak fan base. But yeah, he is what he is.
Yeah, and Casper,
talking about his. Did you see what Casper said in his press conference?
About tennis Twitter experts or something like that. Yeah, that was pretty expected, I guess. He has been quite vocal on Twitter, talking
he's been getting involved.
These people.
I also think Casper here is probably not getting the wrong end of the stick, but I don't have a problem with somebody saying, listen, I don't find John Isner exciting. And the three examples that Casper gave, one was the 70 versus 68, because like his three memories, his 70-68 Wimbledon thing, which is just, I mean, I don't think he sat down and watched all 12 hours of that over 3 days.
Well, that's a piece of tennis history, though, definitely. And I would assume that when it was going on, people tuned in, and waited for this to end.
Yeah, possibly for the last half a dozen games or so, yeah. But actually, I think even casual observers were not. But then the other one he mentioned, or one of the other ones he mentioned, was the 5 sets he had with Rafa. Yeah. Well, yeah, I bet he tuned in because he's a Rafa fan, and he tuned in at 2-1, as he said. But he's tuning in because of Rafa. He's not tuning in because of John Isner. And the third...
No, but he's tuning in because Isner is good enough to go up 2-1 on Nadal, right? Like, okay. And most matches at Roland Garros would not go that deep with Rafa.
Yeah,
you have who won 2 sets against Nadal at Roland Garros, right?
But the example is, I'm going to tune in to watch John Isner. No, I'm tuning in to see if Rafa Nadal goes through or not. It happens to be Isner that's pushed him, but it could be Robbie Soderling or Novak Djokovic or Felix.
Yeah, Soldering, I don't think ever did, but I get what you mean. Well, oh, he did when he beat him. Yeah, sorry, never mind. I was thinking of their 2010 match for some reason. Ghosty. I just said basically that he was back last month. Well, July and June, made a couple of deep ITF runs, but then retired again against Daniel Glinka and hasn't been heard from since. But yeah, he was out for like half a year.
Pushed Kyrgios to 5 sets at the beginning
Yeah,
of
but
Kyrgios' Wimbledon final.
2022. Yeah.
Probably came the closest to knocking him out on that journey. I think Nakashima might have gone 5 sets with him as well, but Jubb was closer, I think.
Yep. It's like a crazy breakpoint down rally from Echeverry and Virtanen, and Otto is actually holding up pretty well in like a long exchange. I don't know how long it will continue though, and eventually he actually misses the backhand cross court, but he played an awful game to get broken and give Echeverry the chance to serve for it. But for now, at least, he is doing okay in this Echeverry service game. But still 2 points away from the set. The
Potapova and
Argentinian is.
Towson remain on serve, whilst Wawrinka took the first set over Nishioka. And my mate Dan Evans is up 2 sets to the good over the Colombian Galan. It would be a big shock if Huster was to beat Hurkacz, right?
Yeah, not the guy you want to play ever, really, in your first round. But his form has just been awful enough that yeah, I think it would. Especially with Huster, yeah, he just never really. I think he only has one event this year where he won consecutive matches, and it was because he played qualifying. Otherwise, he just always makes the first one or the first round or the second round, just struggling a ton. And also Hurkacz since Wimbledon, losing four matches, 3 of them to Alcaraz or Djokovic. A close match is not exactly something that's not on the cards, but a loss would be very hurtful, definitely, for the Paul.
I don't know how to pronounce the name. Maybe Sean, maybe Chan, maybe Kiangini is clearly not a Dan Evans fan.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that either, and that's why I always say my Irish friend on the show. I don't know if he realized, but I always just say our Irish friend or the Irish friend of the show, because I just hope that I'm just afraid that I would fuck up the pronunciation as well. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Irish names are particularly tricky, probably
Yep.
as tricky as they come, really.
Keen. Okay, interesting.
Keen. Okay, thank you.
That's not how I would say that, but right now I finally will be able to say your name and not just our Irish friend.
That's cool, though. That I'm glad that I was hoping that they would give us some kind of helpful translation.
Yeah, Keen has
basically-
appeared on a few talking tennis shows in the past, I think, but
looks familiar.
he is definitely a very active listener of the Challenger show that I do.
Cool.
Yeah, he is we often talk in DMs on Twitter, and I know he talked to Jakub as well.
Cool.
Obviously before the tragic news, and that was definitely and is one of the most vocal, active listeners of the show, which
Cool.
I always very much appreciate, and hopefully I give him that notion in the messages that we exchanged too.
Who is Jakub Mensik playing in the next round?
Tituan Droguet. I mean, it's gonna be so anticlimactic right now if he ever if he loses to Droguet right now. I'm not ready to handle this. He was supposed to play Musetti, and then a loss would have been fine because, well, I thought that he had a great chance against him, but a loss would have definitely been something. acceptable for Menchik. But like right now, if he loses to Droguet, there's actually gonna be a feeling of extreme disappointment, I think, because the opportunity is there to play Fritz on his birthday as well. That, you know, a magical story there. And we'll see.
For now, your 8 quarterfinalists are still in the tournament.
Wow. I managed to survive the first round.
Well,
Not
we will
yet.
see. If you
Not
need
yet.
Hurkacz.
Alcaraz and Sinner.
Well,
Alcaraz,
Alcaraz
Sinner, and
too, yeah.
Hurkacz. Yeah. I survived the first round in 63%. Congrats me.
Mario's got Draper in his quarterfinal.
Oh, that is pretty bold. Not
Yeah,
gonna
it is
lie.
bold.
I wish I had something bold in like the Fritz peak, but yeah, I just couldn't bring myself to it.
Yeah, I've gone for Fritz too in that quarter. But
Um,
I've got Davidic for Keener as well.
Coco and Jack Sock playing together. I actually didn't even know, but yeah, that is pretty exciting. That's true. It's a shame Sock is retiring. Maybe they could have played at like the Olympics or something. Maybe they can play at the pickleball Olympics in 12 years when Coco decides to retire and play pickleball.
Towson has a break point. Nice one, Potapova, saving that one. Back to Juice. I think she saved it. Have I got that wrong? I think the scoreboard is wrong. Yeah, because that landed easily in. Yeah, it's Juice. The scoreboard says 4-3 Towson, it's wrong. On my TV anyway. My German channel.
Yeah, Jake, Wawrinka theoretically should be winning this one, but like, yeah, the best of 5 format just makes me wanna, it just makes me feel very uneasy about Wawrinka at the moment. You know, he had these matches like against Ramos Vignolas, right, at the French, where he just made it a complete mess, and I know he survived there, but like his fitness is obviously not where it used to be. So I am a bit afraid of that for sure. And of course, at the Australian Open, he had this awful choke against Molchan as well. It happens to him more and more.
What about Irish players on the tour? Any Irish players?
Yeah, I mean, there used to be like James McGee, Connor Niland making some appearances, especially in Dubai, interestingly. But right now we have some up and coming guys. You know, Michael Agvi. We chat about him a lot with Keenan. Right now he's probably around like what 900 in the rankings or something. But he is an up and coming prospect. He's actually based in Germany, and he very often plays ITF events in Poland too. And recently he has actually started like putting together some serious wins at that level. And I think potentially in the future, if he just has the finances to play too, because it's been an issue for him, he might really turn out to be quite something. But there were large chunks of the year when he was not playing, and apparently he's like very limited by money too. Like he only really plays in Germany, Poland, and like, you know, there's a very small perimeter of where he goes from where he's based. But otherwise, yeah, there are a couple of guys, but like Simon Carr, I think, has already given up on his career. Oscar Huizin is just on a terrible ITF losing streak. There was this moment, I think, when Huizin, yeah. James McCabe, the Australian player, when he was, I think, considering to play for Ireland. I don't know if that's the case still, but he could like be a bit of a savior there. McCabe is getting to the challenger level, like, or more or less to the challenger level at the moment. He is, I think, in China right now, and he's in China and playing Luke Saville tomorrow in the opening round. He is in the top 300 right now, so he would be a real savior there. But I don't think it's going well. Like you know, he hasn't the whole nationality switch thing has not been progressing, it seems.
Chorich beating Chorich. Sorry, Sebastian Baez beating Borna Coric in straight sets.
Yeah, the slams will
Yeah.
probably not grant Michael Agvi wildcards, but I was actually chatting with another friend of mine recently about like how fun it would be to just hold an ITF 15K, you know, where we would be the tournament directors, and Michael Agvi would surely get a wildcard for that from me. Yes, my favorite British player is Jake Clark, definitely. What a fantastic, talented competitor, and I hope we see him in the top 150 again very soon.
This game is going on forever. We've got another Towson break point to the delight of the Danes in the crowd. It's break point number 7. I think Goff had 8 break points in a 26-minute game. Now, of course, there may have been quite a few game points for Lauda Siegmund in that. Oh, and she's broken, I think. That was close. She's broken, Towson. 9.5 minutes. Yeah, get voting in the poll if you think New York crowd is loud or not. I put 50-50 in there because I am kind of 50-50 on it. Because I don't mind them being loud and rowdy, but there's a line. Jake, I have on Potapova against Towson. Damien, because he's a Polish nationalist, has Hubie Hurkacz on, of course. And that's about it, really. But there's a bit. Have you got other matches on, Damien, or just that one?
Echeverry and Vitanen as well, but Hurkacz is actually kind of in trouble in this second set as well now. 15-30 down. He probably saved himself with this forehand approach shot though, but it is certainly not going smooth so far. Hussler with just a more composed performance, I guess, than he has recently, and than he has shown recently, and yeah, just Hurkacz not getting any action on return so far, but this very well could be, another set like the opening one where there was one break and that was basically it. So yeah, Hurkacz just needs to make make sure that he is getting through this game, whatever happens. It's been that long since I've seen it. I can't remember was the two-hander good or not. It was pretty average, to be honest with you, which is why I think he actually has not lost all that much playing with it with the one-hander. Like he was still playing, 90% of his shots on the well, for him it's the right side of the court, right, running around. So I think even when he was playing with a two-hander, we weren't really seeing it all that much. And he would also like fire some spectacular situational shots with the one-hander. So it just wasn't an important shot in his repertoire, not at all. But it was easier for him to play with it for sure.
De Minaur is serving for the match, but he's facing break point. Sonego is edging towards a straight sets win. Hurkacz did hold in the end, I see. Towson has 3 game points. Potapova in big trouble, but Towson nets. Oh, I think Skatov broke. De Minaur. There you go, back on serve.
Yes, Hurkacz in the meantime, of course, served I managed to get over the line in this game, but yeah, it was getting pretty scary here. 2 points away from pretty much losing the set, and also that 15-30 point was actually really long, and there was a wicked slice from Hüsler that Hurkacz found found a pretty nice acceleration on the forehand from, which that's the sort of shot that he usually struggles with. So yeah, still pretty scary days for the Pole. Moreno de Alboran not holding up against Sonego so far. I guess not too much of a surprise. What else do we have? Taro Daniel also took the opening set against Gael Monfils. That's another guy today, along with Stan Wawrinka, where I feel like best of 5 sets, if the other player just manages to extend it for long enough, maybe it's going to be an issue.
Oh, Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, it's a shame for him. That also opens up the draw for Alcaraz a little bit. He does not have to face John Thompson anymore. Does it actually matter all that much? Maybe a tad, He has just struggled with Thompson in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So maybe just a little bit, but yeah, Evans, Galan, or Van de Zandschulp, basically, that's who he can play in the third round now. Is that what they call cooler in New York? 30 Celsius and 69% humidity? Apparently, yes.
Yeah, Monfils losing the first set is not what he needs. Oh, wow. Potapova's got it back to deuce, having been 40 love down. Good serve, though, from Towson. Game point for 5-3. Looking at some of these different sort of heritages in the US reminds me of the film Naked Gun, when Leslie Nielsen is offered a Cuban and he goes, no, Dutch-Irish actually. He's referring to his heritage, but of course the guy's offering him a cigar. I'm sure Ghosty remembers that film.
No, I watched it too. It's a trilogy, right? Of
yeah,
movies.
there's 3. The first one's the best one, but there are 3.
Yeah, and it was also based on like a little TV show, right? A mini series.
Oh yeah,
Police
that's right.
Squad.
That was called Police Squad.
Police Squad, yeah.
Yeah.
There are some fabulous moments in there as well. There's this fantastic line that I always bring up that basically like someone is like this gangster is sitting in his armchair or something like that, and like someone enters the room and it's Leslie Nielsen, and he asks him, "Who are you and how did you get in here?" And he says, "I'm a locksmith and I'm a locksmith." And it's I think it's really one of the best lines in the history of comedy. It's definitely funnier when you hear it actually said by Leslie Nielsen than me, but yeah, it's still good even if you just tell it to someone. So.
Yes, indeed. But Ghosty, a national treasure for which country, Senor Ghost? Because it's not your country. By the way, Towson did manage to hold from deuce, and she's now 30 all, I think, on the Potapova serve, or 15th, 30 all, yeah. So
yeah, Airplane we could also start quoting right now for sure.
Oh, definitely.
A hospital, what is it? It's a big building with patients, but that's not important right now.
Exactly, yeah.
And when the little boy comes to the pilots and this guy asks him, like, have you ever been to a Turkish prison? So remember that.
Yeah, that's in Airplane,
yeah. They keep asking these weird questions. Of course, that Leslie Nielsen is not actually in that scene, but no. the most famous, of course. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Ghosty here trying to claim Canada. He claims Canada when it suits him.
Yeah, Was he trying to claim Isabel yesterday?
No, certainly not. I think he was putting a distance. Back to Juice. I think Towson just had a match point back basically. She didn't take it.
Hurkacz is kind of struggling in his service game again, and there's a huge return from Hüsler that's going to give him a break point here at 5-0. Well, we're entering very dangerous territory, like right away. Where has this Marc-Andrea Hüsler been all year, Because this is the sort of tennis that he was playing against top seeds last year in the second half of it, when he beat Sinner in Paris, he beats whatever, someone somewhere as well.
Potapov has just put an easy forehand into the net to give Towson match point.
Second serve too for Hurkacz, so...
Hurkacz is emoji.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and he tries to go backhand down the line, and he misses it by like a meter out, so 6-5 Hüsler and about to serve for a 2-7 lead.
Wow. Potapova has lost, and not only that, she chucked her racket on the ground, and a ball girl did have to move just a couple of feet to avoid it hitting her. But anyway, most significantly, Towson is through.
Matthew is surprised Novak has never played Zapata Miralles. Yeah, I guess it's like only a few months really that Zapata Miralles has been on the main tour like this, right? I mean, maybe since Roland Garros last year, but before that they didn't really have many chances. I wish it was a clay court match though, because then maybe Bernabe would have a shot. But yeah, tomorrow I don't think so.
Keen, regarding Bublik's comments, they just seem so weird and left field. I just need to know more information.
Yeah, for me, it could be some sort of a translation, like language calc.
Did he say it mid-match?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I just don't know. It just seems so left field, so unusual, that didn't really fit the moment. Just doesn't.
Well, we all know what he meant, right? I just think that maybe disabled is not exactly what he meant.
I'm sure.
Probably. Like he probably just meant, injured or recently injured.
Yeah.
And yeah, because clearly if Team was so disabled, then why aren't you beating him, right? He just meant that he's playing these guys who used to be good, who are coming back of injuries, and then he plays them and they're actually playing well. So that's obviously the gist of what he said. So I don't know, maybe it just could be some sort of a language thing where maybe the word disabled has a different meaning in Russian. I don't know, but yeah, it just sounds like a very weird word to use in this context. And could he get fined for this? I don't know. I
mean,
guess.
it's not audible either. At least the audio I've heard, someone probably heard it in the crowd. So I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that video, and I also couldn't hear it. No. So maybe if you just took some great headphones, and maybe.
So we've got Wong against Bolter, Stearns against Towson, Alexandrova against Sorenko, and Trevisan against Vondrousova. One of them is making the quarterfinal. Just two seeds there, Alexandrova and Vondrousova.
So who's the seed that went out there?
Maybe Garcia. Maybe it was always a weak sort of section anyway.
I mean, there's Vondrousova there, the Wimbledon champion.
Yeah, right. I think she has a chance of getting to the quarters with that group. Yeah. Maybe Alexandrova. And Towson, by the way, sorry, Potapova gave her racket like 2 or 3 whacks on the ground after match point, and then another sort of throw. He hit the ground and then bounced quite near a girl.
So it is Towson winning.
Yeah, Towson won. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Hopefully she holds up physically, because last week in Cleveland she beat Krejcikova, right, and then had to retire against Fernandez, and obviously that's a pretty rare, common occurrence for her. And Hüsler will have 2 set points to go 2 sets to love up.
Wow. I was just wondering about Krejcikova. I hadn't heard anything from her, and she's yet to play.
Oh, she's still yet to play.
Yeah. Blinkova up against Jodie Burrage is the next on this court 9.
Krejcikova Bronzetti. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Pretty good day for the British players so far. Draper winning, Dan Evans winning at the moment, and Murray through, Katie Bolter through, and Jodie Burrage up next.
So is there a British player that lost?
Pardon?
Is there a British player that lost? Probably not.
Off the top of my head, no. But maybe Jodie Burrage is about to set that.
There's a Swiss player, though, that is 2 sets to love up on Hubert Hurkacz.
Wow. That's also not a bad situation for Carlitos.
Yeah. Keen says it is audible. It's just in Russian, so yeah, it very much could be a translation thing. Why isn't it funny that he says disabled? I don't know. It's just a weird word to say in this context. Like, I was not outraged as people were when I saw that. Like, it instantly gave me the feeling that something is probably not all right there. So personally, I was not outraged in the slightest. I saw this, and someone told me this story recently. But this year at the Polish National Championships, there was also the wheelchair Polish tennis championships for the first time, like just held along with it. And one of our players, Jan Wójcik, he has had a lot of injuries recently, and basically he sat down and he says to these guys who are actually playing like a match on of the wheelchair championships, and he says, soon enough, I'm going to play with you guys. And apparently they did not enjoy that comment.
Oh.
But I think it was pretty hilarious. Although, I don't know if I would say something like this to people on wheelchairs. But I think it was pretty hilarious, though.
Are we going to see Hurkacz? Did he win in 5 sets at the Aussie Open? I think he did against Shapovalov.
Yeah.
I think he was 2 sets to love up against Chapo. Then it got to 2 sets all.
That's true. Yeah. And then he lost in 5 to Sebastian Korda. Yeah, but that's. I mean, this is gonna be pretty funny, honestly, if he loses. Like the one slam where everyone believes in him, and this happens.
Jake is saying "go away" in other language to somebody, but I don't know who he's saying it to.
Dickery?
I don't know who Dickery is. Or maybe there was a comment that was said by us. I don't know.
You would have had to pay me, guys, to watch Karen versus Mo earlier. I'm actually becoming, I don't know if a Michael Mo fan, but I have definitely been enjoying him a lot more since the summer of 2022. Oh, Vickery.
Oh, Vickery. But the D and the V are not that close on the keyboard, Jake. He's done it intentionally. Yeah.
I sometimes call Richard Gasquet Dick, but it's not because of anything. Like, he's just called Richard. He is Dick Gasquet, and also Ryan Peniston. I sometimes call him some synonyms for penis as well, but that's his name. I cannot do anything about it.
Is a game away. Kanepi has won the first set. Vickery won't quite go away quick enough. And Pavlyuchenkova is making Crawley fight. I like Pavlyuchenkova.
Ooh. Yeah, Vitali had some minor chances there again in this 30-shot rally, but he's losing all of them sort of predictably. It's not that he's missing the first ball, it's not that he's missing the 10th, but eventually Echeverry just easily absorbs everything coming at him. And yeah, that's such a line clipper. Mo cannot be good to watch in any world. I actually started enjoying him, yes. I am weird, yes, absolutely.
I think Evans was a break-up in the third set, but I think he's relinquished it, unless I've got that wrong. Demonor beat Skatov in the end. Oh, and Sinner's just got underway against Hanfmann. I think I'll switch to that, unless Sinner goes up like a double break early on. I don't know much about this Crawley girl, but she looks very young. Maybe Ghosty knows something about her. Karen, yes. Nori, kind of. But Rude's okay. I don't mind watching Rude. Just regarding
Nori, Karen, Rude, worst players to watch.
Karen, yeah.
I mean, fair enough. Kachanov is definitely one of the players that I at least enjoy watching. Yeah. I remember one slam. I can't remember what it was. I actually I actually did this like reverse bracket of who I least wanna watch, where I was just picking the guy that I didn't wanna see. I can't remember who was in the final along with Karen Kachanov, but Karen Kachanov was in my final. Mo's daddy is from Nigeria, although Michael, I think, was born in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. But Michael Mo's dad was from Nigeria, and he was also a tennis player. He reached 105 in the ATP rankings. As a matter of fact, I think he is still the highest ranked player ever for Nigeria. Tony
Venus is
Mo
already a breakdown.
was his dad's name, and yeah, the Qatar thing that you're mentioning is probably the fact that he was born in Saudi Arabia. So he would welcome the tour there, maybe Michael Mo. I don't know. That's just a guess, though. maybe he actually wouldn't. Don't quote me on that. I don't think he is available for next gen finals, though, right? Because the next gen finals are obviously going to be held in Saudi Arabia in Jeddah.
And the WTA finals too? Oh, Crawley, you lucky thing.
That's not official yet.
It's not official yet, okay. Crawley just got a really
have to be.
very lucky net cord.
It doesn't have to be that. Yeah, Hurkacz and Hüsler back on court. So let's see how the Pole responds to losing the first two sets here and still unable to break Hüsler. I think he had 2 break points in the last game of the opening set, and they were both saved with big serves by the Swiss. Actually, he had 3 break points. Sorry, where was the other one? It was 1 game earlier for 5-3. And yeah, Hüsler winning 88% of his first serve points.
Match point for Pavlyuchenkova. I haven't seen the girl who downs beers yet on a sort of annual basis to the US Open Camera's delight.
Yeah, Lagos is a huge city. Just a question of like whether you can host an event and like where there's like no tradition of tennis. I don't know.
I mean, Johannesburg was Cape Town. Sorry, had a huge thing for the Federer and Nadal thing. I know it was obviously driven by them.
Yeah, and there used to be a Potchefstroom Challenger in South Africa as well. I don't remember how attended it was, but it certainly gave us some memorable moments. Teimuraz Gabashvili losing a set to Alex Beckley. That's the main moment I remember. Jensen Brooksby winning his first challenger title, I think. Ben Bonzi as well.
Another funny net cord. this time going the way of Pavlyuchenkova on match point, but Crawley managed to chase it down and counter with a drop shot that probably Pavlyuchenkova should have anticipated, bearing in mind that, you know, she's watching her opponent just chase to the net, hoping to get a racket on it. Demonor won. Yes, he did go steep.
I think regarding Hurkacz, I think his parents were not tennis players, but they did do some sports. And like when he was a child, they actually forced him to do like gymnastics or something, because they were like certain that if whatever sports he's basically going to do, it will be helpful. And, you know, maybe that's why he moves well despite his physicality, despite his height. His sister also plays tennis. Probably not going to be a big prospect, but, you know, at the national level, she's like average in Poland right now, I guess.
Venus has a break point to break back, and Pavlyuchenkova has another match point. We've had 3 net cords in the last 3 points.
And there's a break point for Hüsler as well in the first game of the third set. So this could very quickly run away from Hurkacz.
Pavlyuchenkova's done it. Crawley goes
But
long.
he hits an
6-2,
ace.
6-4.
Oof.
Has he broken?
No. He hits an ace to save the break point, but obviously desperate times, definitely desperate times for him.
I've just turned Venus on. She's at deuce.
I wanted to say if he wins this point, it's going to be a real steal, but he still doesn't. So break point for Hüsler again.
Wow. Double fault for Minnen, so they're back at deuce. Burridge and Blinkova underway. And Hurkacz on the ropes. Oh!
Yeah. And
Hurkacz is more than on the ropes.
Indeed.
Hurkacz is on the floor.
He gets broken, yes.
And it's 8 seconds on the clock.
Hüsler actually putting in quite a lot of returns and, you know, playing his best match of the season, hands down.
If Hurkacz goes out, it will add to the sort of Grand Slam issue that...
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is basically the second time in his career that he enters a slam with expectations on him.
Not third, not 2 Wimbledons, just 1 Wimbledon.
I would say just 2, you know. What would be the second Wimbledon?
So the one where he got to the semis and then maybe a year later?
Yeah, the year later, sure. But like the 2021 Wimbledon, I don't think, you know, he was yet in that position. Like he got himself to it with the semi, but like before the actual semi, he was not expected to get there, right? He had Medvedev in his 4th round. He had Federer in his quarter. So basically, no, I would say just Wimbledon last year and this one.
And he went out
and of course,
first round then, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. He lost to Davidovich Fokina in 5. He saved the match points in the 3rd set. He almost pulled it back and then lost in the deciding set tiebreaker. So yeah, I think it would be basically the second time everyone expects something from him at a slam, something that is not, you know, 3rd round, which he still hasn't made in New York. And yeah, if he loses here, that would be quite a narrative there.
Yeah. What about 2 sets down? Didn't you? Was there a match that you said he was 2? Oh, Wawrinka's taking the 2nd set.
Well, Davidovich Fokina, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean,
2 sets down. He
down
almost won it. Well, he almost won that one.
Okay.
Did he beat someone from 2 sets to love down? I can check that. I'm not sure right now.
I'm going to make another tea. Oh, wow. Fourth juice of this Minnen Williams game.
He has just played a couple of great points to get to 30 love up on the Whistler serve though, so maybe he's not done. Maybe he's not done yet. Where is that? Results: lost sets 1 and 2. He has produced. I was thinking of that. It's a shame I never said that, because now I'm it's gonna look like I didn't actually have this guy in mind. But yeah, there is one comeback that he had from 2 sets to love down against Denis Novak at the Australian Open. When am I getting back on the court? Recently, my practice partner here in my hometown, who is my dad, broke his collarbone, so my ability to play tennis is a little limited right now. I was playing yesterday though,
I'm playing tomorrow.
so I guess in a way I'm not getting back. Well, in a way I was back on the court. Also on the weekend there was this like who is he really? Like a fiance of my cousin was here, and we played twice as well. He was a lot weaker than me, but I think he was still like good enough for me to get some good practice out of it. So I am playing somewhat semi regularly. I'd love to play in a tournament again. I'm really missing it, but they are on the weekends mostly, and weekends are usually when I'm most flooded with work. So I kind of don't know what to do with that, but we shall see. But yeah, I would love to play a tournament here somewhere soon. But definitely, it's hard to pull that off when I'm living here during the summer, and I still don't know where I'm gonna be living after October. So that's also something that I have to sort out first. Ooh, that's a nasty +1 forehand error from Whistler. So Hurkacz is back on serve in the third set. Yeah, first real crack from the Swiss here, and it's enough to give Hurkacz the helping hand. And Wawrinka has 2 sets to love up, so far he is making sure that this match could be quick. Monfils also has a set point to go once at all, but he has not taken it, it seems.
And Hurkacz has already raced into a 30-love lead, I see. Jake won't be very happy because Vickery is serving for the second set against Vekic.
And the court. The courts that I played on were also like slowest hard courts in the world, so I totally get you. It feels like I just have to hit 5 big forehands in a row to win the point. I don't know, Ghosty, what sort of movies you're watching, or I kind of have the idea, but yeah, incest not really my thing. I wasn't born in Alabama. Yeah, and the other match that I'm watching, of course, was Echeverry against Virtanen, and there's 2 breakpoints there for the Argentinian as well in the second set. I wouldn't say it's been underwhelming so far, but certainly it's just been, Echeverry showing he's not quite like the other Clay 1 tricks. Virtanen is also very like he cannot really open up the court in any way other than just hit a stronger ball down the middle, basically. Where down the middle maybe is a stretch, but like yeah, the angles, the directions that he's hitting are just very conventional, and I think it really suits Etcheverry. I think, for example, Djokovic would crush Virtanen in like 6-2, 6-2, 6-2. And it looks like Etcheverry will also beat him pretty handily. 6-3, 5-4 up, and about to serve for the second set.
Bovic is up an early break on Blinkova. Sonego serving for the match. I don't know why, but for some reason, Ghosty felt compelled to write Lajovic 11 aces. Is that a remarkable statistic, Ghosty? Bearing in mind that they're in the fourth set. Seems to be just normal.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge score for him, I think.
Yeah.
I can check that, but I would assume that 11 is like pretty close to his career best when it comes to aces in any match, you know. I don't think he would ever be hitting like 20 aces in a match, for example. I don't think that's really possible.
Ghosty wins random question of the day.
Well, 17 is his best, but yeah, basically 11 is already very high.
For those
Random
just tuning in,
question of
make
the
sure you hit the
day.
like button.
No, it wasn't actually random because I mentioned Alabama. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there's this whole meme about Alabama and like incest relationships, which I don't really get it. But you know, I just used
Rural
it.
areas tend to get that stigma. I mean, Tasmania in Australia, the island of Tasmania, has it.
There's also a thing with this there. Okay.
Yeah, and rural parts of the UK, such as where I'm from, have it as well. Yeah. But even if it is, luckily there's just no side effects at all to any of it, so that's the good thing.
Yeah. So.
Ghosty, I hope you appreciate that one. Oh, lovely forehand winner there from Williams. Venus, of course. Damien, are you a pickleball fan?
Huh?
Are you a pickleball fan?
No, absolutely not. I don't know if I hate it. You know, I haven't played it. I haven't watched it. I'm just not interested at all. This was pretty random, to be honest with you, but we did talk about pickleball a bit though, so maybe that's. Yeah, I think I just got lost, guys. I don't think it's me. I don't think I got it, so that's why. That's basically.
Breaking news: we have one like on Facebook, and it isn't my father.
Oh, I was
good
about to ask if it's your father.
I know, yeah. That's progress. That is.
Yeah, it's very nice when the parents support you, even when you're of an undisclosed age, but definitely over 35.
I mean, my parents being alive suggests something, and
Yeah,
my
true.
grandparents are not, so maybe that suggests something else.
You're probably not 70. That's true.
Jake making his excuses for Donna.
Yeah. Vickery. Oh, she is about to lose a set to Sache Vickery. That's interesting. Strycova Kanepi, by the way, the combined age on this court might be higher than your actual age.
Yeah, Vickery's serving. I think this is the second time she's been serving for it though. So actually, I think it was 5-4. She was serving for it too. A fairly hairy-looking ball going across the screen on the Arthur Ashe.
Monfils has leveled the match as well. So.
Oh, cool. And at least he's not in Novak's half.
He can beat him in the final, but yeah, looking at how Yeah, he just didn't have any belief in himself when he faced him last. So I don't think that's ever happening at this point.
No. It's not one of those that you like Coco Gauff against Swiatek, where she just wants to turn it around. And she even said, I don't want to be Gail Monfils, I think, or something like that. She said, I don't want a
Yeah.
Monfils-esque record.
And she did.
Yeah.
She did avoid it. She didn't do a Federer. She didn't do a Djokovic Monfils. She didn't do a Nadal Gasquet.
No. I thought the tweet, by the way, from Tumaini Karigol today was regarding Lauda Siegmund was as close as to the mark, like in a good way that you can get. Like he was just trying to evaluate, because obviously there's been a lot of talk about Lauda Siegmund's press conference and how upset she was. But Lauda was playing a game, if you like, to help her win. So what he says is, I thought Siegmund played a great match and her variety is always welcome. The New York crowd can be harsh and getting booed by 22,000 people is no fun. But Lauda did play very slowly and definitely could be read as deliberate gamesmanship, particularly when constantly delaying the server. And I think he's being kind to Lauda there, because I think it was gamesmanship. It's just she's trying to win the match in her own way. I can see how that would annoy Coco, and I can see how Coco is going to have sympathizers in the crowd. However, I don't want to see Lauda upset in the press conference, and I always feel really bad when crowds such as, I mean, Kontaveit last year was crushing. And I saw Kontaveit's reaction in the press conference afterwards, and she was just regarding, and she didn't do anything wrong against Serena Williams. She just happened to be playing Serena Williams. But it was tough for her. Tomljanovic managed to get over it.
Yeah, I get you. It's definitely a way of like a form of gamesmanship for me.
It was an emotive press conference because she said, listen, I'm 35. I don't need the money. I feel as though probably my best ranking days are over, but I still feel as though I can play and I can entertain and hopefully bring joy to the people. So you can imagine that those words, as she's becoming quite upset. And she even said, I've never cried in a press conference before. I understand it. And I probably, there's probably people out there that complain about the Wimbledon crowd, and I don't hear those complaints so much. And there's probably certainly people complain about the French crowd, and certainly on occasions the Australian crowd too. So I'm not sure if I buy into one group or one crowd being any worse or better than the others, because I just hear, people from North America and other parts of Europe complain about Roland Garros, but say nothing about New York. And I hear Americans and I hear French and Brits and everyone else in Europe complain about the Americans. So probably suggests that it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I guess in Australia, there might be more pockets of tennis fans from tennis communities, such as Greece, Croatia, and Italy, and UK, and Serbia, that'll have their own contingents of crowds and support. So that might help balance things up a bit in Australia. If it was Tsitsipas against Kyrgios, for example, I'm sure Kyrgios would have most people on them, but Tsitsipas would have his fair share of supporters. In the US, because of course in New York, you're probably looking at, sure, Italians, but you're also looking at Latin Americans, and Latin American tennis players are not that prominent at the moment.
Breakpoint for Hurkacz at 3-2 up.
Something to say about that. Oh, is he? But on serve.
I mean, he is 3-2 up. It's just he just has a breakpoint now. He won it with like a pretty long rally. There was a good reactive return too. It seemed like it could give Histler a big advantage, which is pretty similar to this point now. Hurkacz is on the ground. I don't really know why, but I mean, it was like a forced error from Histler. The quality of the first serve was good enough to give him an easy ball. But yeah, he just fell on the ground after the point, basically. Doesn't seem like anything is hurting, though. I
You're a
think
Wu
he's just
fan, aren't you?
frustrated.
Xibing Wu, you're a fan of his, right?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
He's looking close. He's got 2 game points for a 5-3 lead in the fourth set to make it go to 5 sets, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, that he's not getting bigger results than he is. Hopefully he sorts out all the physical issues, but of course that's something that has been a theme for his career. And yeah, just like in terms of sheer natural talent, shot making, I don't know, racket head speed, he really is just as good as the top guys. So hopefully at some point he shows that. Obviously he did in Dallas, and like he made Fritz and Shapovalov look like I don't want to I don't want to spout hate or something, but he just made them look super average. Compared to himself. Whistler survives this game though, so three games all.
For those of you stateside, particularly not on the East Coast, and are reasonably early risers, Damien and I are going to do a show at 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is 6 a.m. In California. Oh, I don't know if you saw in the WhatsApp group, but Vanch has got a press pass for San Diego.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, which is quite cool. He was surprisingly pumped for someone who's just been to Cincinnati and is currently working on the.
He lives in San Diego.
I know he
right?
does. Yeah.
So yeah, it's like a home event for him, and he was complaining about this not being on the ATP schedule.
Okay.
Personally, I also am a bit surprised with that sort of level of excitement, but apparently it's a very important event for him. Damien, what's keeping Wu from getting more wins? First of all, probably just not really being that smart on the court. He has that incredible racket head speed and just ball striking ability that's out of this world and makes you want to say, oh wow, every single game with like a fantastic forehand winner. But then he also commits a billion of really unneeded errors. And the injuries, obviously, the fact that he is struggling right now even with the heart problems. And yeah, and outside of indoor conditions, he has been like a bit of Alicia Parks type of deal so far on the ATP tour. And I think they both share some similarities. He is more talented, but like they both pretty much have everything that it takes. But outside of perfect indoor conditions, they have been struggling to perform their game because there's like very little regulation in it. But I was hoping for this hardcourt season to be better for him. I was hoping. And yeah, so far it hasn't worked out, but that's also not his fault, obviously. He had that retirement against Watanuki, then couldn't play until the end of the US Open. Even this win against Lajovic would already go a long way into securing him like on the tour at least until Dallas. And against the Minor, honestly, it is winnable. I hope that he could do it, but yeah, first of course he needs to beat Lajovic, and that ADF comparison is not awful. There is something to it. Heart problem, I haven't heard that. What heart problems? I mean, he fainted. He fainted during the TFO match at Wimbledon. He was still able to finish that off. And well, he didn't win, but he was still able to finish that match. And then he fainted again against Watanuki recently. He had to retire, and apparently he has some heart issues, which also tend to pop up more when it's like hot, humid, right? So like in New York, Asian ADF is a high compliment, but that's like, I think it's a compliment for ADF to be compared to Yibing Wu in terms of natural. No, that okay. Don't quote me on that. That's a stretch, but that's how I feel. Like really compared to Yibing Wu in terms of just like natural talent. Guys like Fritz Shapovalov, they really looked average, and that's the sort of potential that we're looking at if he ever manages to make his game more reliable. Is Egor Gerasimov a serve bot, and will he get back to top 100 again? Serve bots, he has a good serve, but is he a serve bot? I don't really think so. But will he get back to the top 100 again? It looks extremely unrealistic at the moment. I think he had like a couple of seasons where he was in the top 100 or around, and right now, when you look at how he's playing, on the Challenger Tour, or even recently when he tried an ITF or two, it just seems extremely unrealistic for him to get there at this stage. He is just 30, so theoretically there's a lot of time. But I think he was punching above his weight a bit in some of the last few years, and yeah, I just don't see that at all for him. This year has been pretty abysmal, other than the win against Struff in Vilnius. But Struff was also coming back after like a bit of an injury, and that was really the only event that Gerasimov had this year where he looked anywhere close to a decent level and like anywhere close to what he had in the past.
Venus has got on the board at last, so 4-1 down, but at least she's not going to be bageled. Spanish Woo sounds more like something that was going around about 110 years ago, 105 years ago. Back when pandemics were not in fashion. Wu did win that fourth set.
Vital and Echeverry are in the tie break, so the Finn has a shot at staying in this match.
He's won the first point.
Yeah, but lost the second. Hurkacz is desperate to look for a break, but even though he won the first point of this game, it hasn't really worked out for him. And really, Hussler has not been playing like this the whole year, basically. Just not even close. That's a fantastic point from Hurkacz if he can finish it off, though, but he cannot. It was very unclear that he would even get to this drop volley. He still played a great lob out of it, but Hussler ran around it and just blasted the ball at the middle. And yeah, can't really blame Hurkacz for not making that volley there, but it does give Hussler the 40-15 lead. Did Hurkacz just throw his rack? Well, that's a pretty interesting racket throw too.
He threw his racket.
Yeah, but it was like, I don't know, the way you would throw your racket out of your hands if you were maybe falling down and like wanted to protect your hand. But of course he wasn't falling down. And he also suggested, he came up to a couple of members of the crowd right now and wanted to give them his racket, like sort of suggesting that they would do better with it than he's doing. And right now he also tried a very weird twinner. I guess it didn't matter at 40-15 all that much, but he is a mess right now mentally, and kind of desperate to find anything here right now. 4-all in the third.
Krejcikova has just got underway, so she's on the way to winning the US Open. Zheng is up a double break already on Podoroska.
Yeah, I would say Hurkacz also delivered in at Wimbledon this year and the Australian Open this year, Roland Garros 2022. But yeah, if he loses this one, there's going to be a big narrative around this, there's going to be a big narrative around him basically having 2 slams where he had lots of expectations on him, and this being Wimbledon 2022 after he won the Halle title and right now, and losing in the opening round both times. So yeah, there is an issue there for sure, and of course he's also never been past the past the second round at the US Open. Before this year, he also hadn't been past the second round at the Australian Open. So yeah, there is a narrative there for sure. And Berrettini is the polar opposite. Yeah, Berrettini has been extremely efficient in best of 5 play, and no one really knows why, but that's been the case. True. Wawrinka has 3 Grand Slams and 1 ATP 1000 title. 2 breakpoints for Hissler at 4-all in the third. So we very easily could be saying goodbye to Hurkacz here in just a few moments.
By the way, Ram here saying Novak destroyed Muller yesterday, one athlete. I assume he means Novak and not Muller being one athlete. He's right in saying
Oh
this.
my goodness.
Oh no, what I mean,
he saved one with a big serve, but then the other he just wasn't like 2 minds, didn't really know if he was actually serving volleying or like hitting his first backhand after the serve aggressively, and it clips the net, it stays on his side. So yeah,
I mean, I don't know if it makes a lot of difference, but going out in straight sets as well is not a great look.
5 minutes and we might have Hurkacz out of the event. Even less, if Hissler just finds a few big serves.
Regarding this underdogs comment, I understand where it's coming from, but I think they all sensed blood. If you're playing Holger Rune or Felix or Zachary right now, and these are people in the top 20 who've gone out, Caroline Garcia as well, they're just all sort of upsets waiting to happen, so to speak. I'm not saying that I didn't predict. I think 3 of those 4 to go through. I had Zachary. I think I had Zachary and Garcia going out. I think I had Felix and Rune going through. Actually, did I have Zachary going out? I think I might even had Zachary going through because I thought even she couldn't lose that first round. More clay than hard in Poland, right?
Pretty much, but all of our players are better on hard anyway, which is kind of interesting. And there is a bit of a dichotomy there with the fact that we only have 1 professional tournament on hard, and it's a tournament that has been established last year. I'm talking about the men's side. On the women's, of course, we have the WTA 125 now and the WTA 250, but it doesn't really matter. These are big events, like who cares? But all the professional events that we have in Poland are in clay because that's what we play here in the summer, and like 90% of Polish players are actually better on hard. So I hope that in the future we're going to get some ITFs indoors or just outdoor hard courts, because there are so many players who could benefit from that. Hurkacz, obviously, one of them, but he did win Poznan, a challenger on clay here. Back in the day, and I think he also won an ITF in Ślęza in 2015. So he actually got a couple of professional titles on clay here.
And we got Love 30. Is this the beginning of the comeback?
Maybe. Who knows?
This is a big point.
But hard courts in Poland, I've only played on right now I have this court that's really close to me, but I would say 90% of the time I would play on clay rather than on hard courts, which sucks for me because, well, during the summer, I mean, outdoors, right? Indoors, it's much closer, but it sucks for me because I just like the faster surfaces. But anyway, free breakpoints would catch some very deep returning right now. Unusually, I would say. This one is also in, but he's not going to be ahead in this point. He is back though, with a forehand approach shot, and Hisler misses the pass, so it's 5-0.
There you go. Husler, twice a breakup in this set.
Yeah, and twice losing it instantly.
And one of the first occasion, in a way, was not worse because you're 7 for the match, but the first one, I think he missed quite an easy forehand to get broken at 30-40 or something like that.
Well, right now this is really looking like Hurkacz against Davidovich Fokina, where at Wimbledon 2022, where of course Hurkacz wins sets 3 and 4, and then loses in the fifth, and in set 3 he was also very close. I'm gonna have a coffee for Damon. Yeah, feel free to do that, Jake. I give you my permission, my blessing. Vitanen also won the set in the meantime. I guess I'll rewind to see how the last few points went, because I was just focused on that last game for Hurkacz. The patriotism today is really shining through. No, I honestly don't really care, but just think it would be a pretty disastrous loss for Hurkacz. Regardless of like how well Hüsler has been playing, because it's definitely been the best match that I've seen from him this year, and even the ones that I have not seen, just I don't think he's had something like this. But maybe it's all about to disappear. Maybe it's all about to be reversed. Who knows?
Sinner won the first set 6-3 over Hanfmann.
Yeah, interesting that in the last few points of this Echeverry-Virtanen tiebreak, it was actually the Argentinian who seemed to be feeling like he needs to, take risks. He needs to make the bigger cuts and at the ball, and yeah, it just didn't work out for him at all. Hurkacz 6-5, so Hüsler about to serve to stay in the set. And just a moment ago, he was serving to win. And Yibing Wu looks like he should be cleaning this up now. Garcia seems to hit a purple patch every couple of years, but can never back it up. Yeah, like that purple patch though in 2017 or 2018 or whatever it was, the one where she won 2 WTA 1000s. That was like 2 weeks, right? Like just 2 weeks basically. And 2022 was at least different in the sense that she had like 6 months of playing at this level. But obviously that's very true, and I guess with her play style, it makes a lot of sense. Keen, I've never drunk an energy drink actually. So yeah, I don't really know. I just feel like they're not needed in my life, I guess.
Where are you from? I obviously know my tennis. I'm guessing most of our viewers right now are stateside.
Yeah, she didn't like truly maintain it, I guess, every match of the second half of the season. I guess you're right, but still. Yeah, purple patch is like constantly mentioned, I feel like, in sports discourse, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Brian has given us a like on Facebook. Long time no see, Brian.
Oh, Brian, yeah. There's this guy, I remember he played Dmitry Tursunov
There you go.
in a features, and didn't feel like it was a story that he should be telling to everyone, but I hope we changed his mind. And right now he's just screaming about it to every single person he meets.
He's from the UK. I obviously know my tennis.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
Venus
think Wu
got
definitely has a better shot at the Minor, right, as well than Lajovic does. Just a much higher ceiling. So
who has a higher
maybe,
ceiling than Demonor?
I mean that I just meant Wu than Lajovic, not Wu
Oh,
than
Wu
the
than
Minor.
Lajovic. Oh, okay.
But if you want to make that discussion happen, yes, I am willing to say that.
Wu higher
However,
than Demonor.
yes, I was just thinking of Wu Lajovic though. So Ghost is still reliving the Molchan Dimitrov last few points in his head.
Did Molchan have a couple of match points?
3, yes. One of them was a big serve from Dimitrov, but the other 2, he just had like a magical moment of brilliance, really. The first volley maybe wasn't all that tough. The backhand one, just very good technique as you would expect from Dimitrov. But the latter, though, the half volley, there's just nothing you can do about that. And we are going to see a tiebreak. Hisler, Hurkacz. Very quick game for the Swiss. Oh, how he wishes he would have had this game at 5-4, but he had that at 5-6 instead. So let's see.
Tense times right now. So I try and find Hurkacz.
Yes, very, very tense. We were not expecting that when we were tuning into Hurkacz Hisler today. Echeverry has been gone in the toilet for like 20 minutes by now.
Hurkacz has got the first point, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he also has the early mini break, but like the lengths that he had to go to even win this point against Hisler, who was defending so well.
Got it on my screen right now. 2-0.
Yeah, definitely been an inspired effort from the Swiss, and still, of course, the mini break is there, so no excuses if he loses this tie break here.
Double mini break now.
Yes, indeed, great forehand up the line,
Mm-hmm.
and he manages to get it to free love. So definitely no excuses here anymore.
His tiebreak record is pretty good this year, right? Am I right in thinking that?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's like bang on 50%.
Oh, okay.
Which is just not great if you're playing 50 tiebreaks around, right? Because I think his tiebreak record is actually at about 25 or something like that. So it's like bang on 50%, really. So
I mean, also when it comes to tie breaks, it's probably not an exact science, but probably, the better player you are, the more. So let's say you're ranked number 1 in the world. Theoretically, you should win 70, 80% of your tie breaks just because you're better. No,
that's a bit too much. Like I think the career records for like Federer, Sampras are about 65% ish. I can check it very quickly, actually, but I think that's
there. It
where
was a
they
really
are.
difficult one for Husler, but maybe I'm a few seconds ahead of you. So
Yeah, you are. But no worries. I don't. I'm not that emotionally invested in this match, so.
Well, we're gonna have a fourth set.
Fine. Yeah, it says 25-24 on the ATP website. Hurkacz in tie breaks this year, and he's actually on a
anticipating this one right now because it's 6-0.
Yeah, and he's actually on a negative win-loss record in tie breaks in his career. Interestingly. Yeah.
What's Novak's what's Novak's career tiebreak record?
That's exactly what I'm checking now.
70.
Yeah, basically Novak is at 60%, Roger is at almost 66%, Arthur Ashe is at 65, Sampras is at 63. So like, yeah, 78,
What's Novak again?
80% is 66%.
66.
It has improved a ton because it used to be Roger in the lead for sure.
So, fourth set, here we go. I guess Hurkacz is maybe the favourite right now.
I don't know.
No?
Probably not. Would be my guess, but that's a guess. Well, actually, he is. Yeah, that's no, that feels wrong. You know, it's such a serve-based match, right? And just having a set on the board is already pretty huge. But of course, when it mattered, the serve did not manage to give Husserl the win.
So anyway, Venus lost that set 6-1. And Vekic is facing 2 break points against Vickery. So I hope that coffee that Jake requires is a stiff one. Boric took the first set over Blinkova. Koepfer Bronzetti on serve. And Venus is already struggling a bit at the second set. Janie's obviously very happy with the way this is coming back. Oh, a double fault for Donna Vekic. Oh dear. Oh, Wawrinka is 2 points away from a straight sets win over Nishioka. Wawrinka, I saw him play Tiafoe in Cincinnati, and he was just redlining, just unbelievably. Just going for everything and winning most of those points. Oh dear, Husserl forehand into the net. I'm not familiar with Vekic having that cramping issue in the past. Mind you, there's been a lot of players, Janie, that's been complaining about health issues, and I presumed it was weather-related, but maybe not. I mean, Jabeur was struggling today. Big star. She had the doctor come on court, as well as obviously Rusevori, tweeting that he was ill. And then, of course, yesterday we had Dominic Thiem, before his match even began, going off court to vomit. Did you know that, Damien?
Come again, sorry, because I started reading something. Yeah?
Yeah, no problem. Dominic Thiem, before his match even got underway, I was watching and didn't know what the hell was going on. I've never seen somebody disappear for a break just before the match starts. So he does the warm-up, and then as the umpire says time, he then disappears, and it was to go off the court to vomit.
Okay.
And then he comes back and beats Bublik in 3 sets.
Yeah, the match was definitely handed to him on a silver platter, but you know, that's fine. Yeah, obviously very tough to keep yourself in the game after you vomited. I remember this year when Oscar Otte, of course, had this big run as a qualifier at the US Open, and in 2 of his matches in the qualifying, he was vomiting on the court. It was a pretty hilarious story. Well, obviously not hilarious if you're living through it as a player, but I'm sure, you know, looking back on it, he also finds it pretty wild. There's a very, I mean, it's a bit of an accidental return from Hurkacz when Hisler was going at his body, but it is a return winner though, and there's a breakpoint already in the first game of the fourth set. But will the Pole be able to take it? Well, not if Hisler finds this sort of an out-wide serve. When he's on his like placement angles on the serve are among the best in the game, I think. And this is just not really gettable. And neither is the next serve, although he still had to finish it off with a +1 winner.
Ghosty, did you enjoy the Trevisan tiebreak earlier? I thought it was a lot of fun. In fact,
The first tiebreak or the third or the second?
Oh yeah, there was two. Yeah, the second one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, the first was like a 7-0 as well, right?
Oh, was it? I didn't know that.
Or like maybe a 7-1, maybe. It was 6-love, definitely.
The first set was 6-love. Oh, I see. And then you're talking about the tiebreak being 7-0, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it was 7-0. So Hisler saves himself with like some spectacular serving. So no break yet.
Yeah, he did.
And Wawrinka is serving for the match. Where is he now in this draw? He's gonna play Echeverry over Virtanen. Yes. That's possible for everyone. Didn't he play Echeverry in the second round at Wimbledon? I think he did.
If he did, he beat him.
Yeah, he did. I obviously know my tennis is asking about Bublik's comments towards team. We were talking about it already, and like we both were under the impression that there's something not completely right about this, like that there's something maybe about the translation. Disabled is just a weird word to use, but generally I'm not as outraged as people are. No, definitely not. And yeah, Kyrgios suddenly saying that it's like not okay. Yeah, I mean, half the things that you say are not okay.
Oh dear, Vickery's going to do it then if she's got a double break.
And Minnen is crashing Venus, which I remember I was very certain of yesterday. So I guess I'm kind of happy. Then again, not really, because it would be great if Venus gave more of a show. But yeah, just recently watching Gret Minnen live, I feel like there's a certain sort of degree of ranking and like best achievements of players that they just very often aren't really talked about. They very often just go unseen, and like Minnen is just such a quality competitor and really an amazing ball striker. So
I thought Hurkacz played that point really quite badly, but he ends up winning it with a good pass. This is a funny question.
which one? Maybe his name is I obviously know my tennis.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be a very long one, and it would probably get you into some very weird situations like the administration or like
But not only that, it's
even,
obviously a name you've got to live up to, really. I mean, what about if you grow up not liking tennis?
No, it's impossible.
I mean, it's nominative determinism in the end.
It's like if you give your children names like, I don't know, Goran or Boris, they're gonna have to play tennis.
Martina.
Yeah.
When I saw Trevisan's name earlier, I thought, I wonder. What does wonder? I mean, what's the Swiss girl's name? Swiss girl who was Martina Hingis. Of course, she was named after Martina.
Yeah, when you said Swiss girl, I was thinking like more along the lines of, I don't know, Celine Naef or something. Not necessarily Martina Hingis, who's not really a girl
How many
anymore, but
Grand Slams did
that's fine.
Hingis win? Did she make double figures?
In singles? No, definitely not.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I would say like 8, maybe.
Five,
Let's give
actually.
it a shot. 5,
5.
yeah.
She was born in Slovakia.
Yeah. She was not like initially Swiss.
Mm. Stan Wawrinka. I mean, where was he born?
Lithuania would be my guess, but that's maybe just where his family is from. Maybe he was already born in Switzerland. Well, he was born in Lausanne, yeah, but like
Okay.
his father is German, his mother is Swiss, but there is some like Polish, Lithuanian, Czech ancestry or whatever, right? It's actually Poland and like Czechoslovakia. Yeah, that's more so. There are some very weird birthplaces for tennis players that often get you off guard. Like, Denis Shapovalov, for example, right? Do you know where Denis Shapovalov was born?
Russia.
No.
I mean, it's obscure, is it?
Somewhat, yeah. Like if you have never heard of this, you're not gonna know it.
Greenland.
Basically. Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv. Okay, yeah.
There's also well, I guess Michael Moe, whom we are talking about, is definitely a good example of that.
True.
Denis Kudla, I know he catches people off guard too with this, but this probably is like, you could theoretically figure this out based on his name, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Who?
Denis Kudla.
Denis Kudla. No, I don't know.
Kiev.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
By the way, your man, her catch is broken.
Yep. So for now, definitely on track of the Davidovich Fokina Hurkacz Wimbledon 2022 match.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he takes the 5th this time around. Ibing Wu will serve for the match. Stan Wawrinka has just won. Taro Daniel, by the way, do you know where he was born? Just because I saw his name here.
Hawaii.
New York City.
Ah. Boris Johnson, do you know where he was born?
No, I have no clue.
New York City.
As well? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Paolo Badosa?
I know it's in the States. I don't know if New York, but I know it's in the
New
States.
York, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Virtanen is leading by a break in the 3rd set. That's a pretty unexpected turnaround, honestly. Up until, well, it's pretty much like Hüsler Hurkacz in a way, because up until Echeverry was serving for the 2nd set, it was like a very clean performance from the Argentinian, and it seemed like nothing really can go wrong for him. But of course, ever since,
And I
Virtanen
think
doing much
Victory has
better.
got over the line. He actually has.
I have to rewind to this break from Virtanen to have a clue what was going on. Yeah, and Sinner Hanfmann, it looks like we shouldn't even be putting on that much.
Is it like up a set and double break or something?
Basically, yes. Hanfmann is yet to win a game in the 2nd set, in fact, but he has a game point, so maybe. Seems like Virtanen is definitely at least a bit, just more aggressive and approaching the net more. which is definitely helpful for him here. Like I was talking earlier about how he doesn't really open up the court, and like Echeverry just handles that pace very well, and going to the net is a way of doing that. Is a way of opening up the court for himself, making these rallies a little shorter. Even though he's not exactly like not holding up in the longer ones either.
I've just switched over to Barbora against Bonzetti.
Where did you have Barbora Krejcikova this time in your bracket?
Not that far. I'm pretty sure I had her beating Bonzetti,
Yeah, me too, of course.
but I don't think I had her in like the quarters or anything like that. So I just don't remember. Somewhere between rounds 2, 3, or 4. Perhaps when I see who she's playing in the second and third round, that might go. That's where I have her losing.
Yeah, I'm gonna check those because I don't remember where I had her, so I'm actually kind of curious. Yeah, that was I just rewinded to this break from Virtanen, and it was a pretty fantastic game from him too. There is hope for the guy here.
30 down her serve.
So Barbora Krejcikova, let me see if I'm looking at this correctly even. Barbora Krejcikova is supposed to play Liz or Montgomery in the second round. Liz already won, so that's not where we would have her out, right?
No.
And then in the third round, she is supposed to play. Okay, that's probably where both of us have her out simply. Qinwen Zheng or Kaya Kanepi. Or Nadia Podoroska, but out to Qinwen Zheng.
I have Qinwen Zheng winning then, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably where most people would have her out then.
Fourth round, who would she be playing there?
Zheng or Krejcikova, I cannot remember. Let me tell you, because I still have that open, I think. It would be on Jobert potentially if Jobert gets there.
Okay.
But yeah, I think I had Zheng beating Krejcikova, as I obviously know my tennis as well. Yeah, Jake says that someone at his publication said that Venus was going to have it easy versus Minnen. Yeah, Minnen doesn't get enough credit, definitely, and the other way around, as you're saying, is true too. People still treat Venus as if she's like 2022 Venus, or I mean 2017, 18 Venus sometimes. But then again, when she was playing Georgie this year, for example, I remember thinking that Venus had a great shot to win. Obviously, she did, like after like a ridiculous match, but that's mostly because Georgie is gonna hit herself off the court in a lot of matches, and Minan is not gonna do that. I mean, she just has this wonderful forehand that isn't really all that all that risky either. And Koepfer, by the way, referring to the two things here, score prediction, mine would be closer. I think Koepfer is actually a pretty tricky opponent. Like, wouldn't even be surprised with Carlos losing a set or, I don't know, a tiebreaker there or two. But I just don't think he can beat him in the best of 5 format. And when it comes to the story of Koepfer, I don't know if there's any story like to it. He is a former college player. He played for like a crappy university because no one else apparently wanted him. And it's really a story of subverting expectations. He was just never perceived as a huge prospect. He played for a pretty weak college, for a pretty weak school in the States, Tulane University. And then after his college career, no one thought he was going to break the top 100. He actually got to number 50. Then he gets injured. And after he gets injured, no one thinks that he's going to be back in the top 100 because everyone felt like he was just punching above his weight, right? And then he comes back in like record time, really. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. So I feel like basically on every single step of his career, he has been subverting expectations. And he is pretty tricky, I think, for Alcaraz. Just the leftiness and the sort of steady pace that he can hit with. Yeah, I think it's kind of likely that he will push Carlos. I don't know about winning a set, but it also wouldn't surprise me. I just don't think it's possible. Like the upset is probably not possible in the best of 5 format.
It may be Carlos's trickiest match until the fourth or even the quarters.
Could be, yeah. Especially given that it's the first round of the event. And then he would have Harris, he has a big serve. Van de Zandhoop, Evans. Well, definitely, like when we're looking at the draw, it's clear that Djokovic should arrive. If we actually get the final between them, Djokovic should arrive in the final a lot less tired. He's also 16 years older, but he should arrive in the final less tired. Because like Miller, Zapata Miralles, then Jere or Gaston, this is nothing compared to Koepfer, Harris, and Van de Zandschulp or Evans. So
yeah,
there is a big difference there, especially as the first 2 rounds, especially for Novak, are like just total cakewalks. Not that much tougher than Balázs Medvedev today, although Balázs Medvedev is a completely different level. And I also love the
Balázs was 100-1 to win that.
Yeah. And I also am pretty like I find it pretty funny that even players like the friend of the show, right, Liam Brody, is asking on his Twitter, "Can anybody explain to me how the Balázs still has it protected? I can't figure it out."
Did you respond to that, by the way?
Yeah, I responded to that. I explained it to him, but yeah, I totally get his sentiment.
Bronzetti's serving for this now, this first set. Oh, dearie me, Barboda.
6-1, 6-1 for Gret Minnen.
Oh dear. So that means Carlos is coming on now. I could do with Carlos winning it in straight sets.
How does Balázs have a spot? Protected ranking, Ghosty. So basically, around the 2021 Australian Open, that's where we have to go back to. He was ranked about 100 in the ATP rankings. He played only 2 matches that year, and he filed for a protected ranking. Then he came back in the spring of 2022. I was actually at his first match back live in Ostrava. He lost to Sachko. And for a moment, he seemed like he was pretty serious about the comeback. But he would like get thrashed by Cilic and by Bautista Agut at the 2 slams. And then after Wimbledon, apparently, he filed for a freeze of the protected ranking. So like this is an option when you're going to be out again for like 3 more months. And then you can freeze your protected ranking and get back to it. So right now he is on the freeze since the beginning of April when he came back again. He is 0-4 for the year. Even when or maybe 0-5 now, I can't even remember, but he right now has basically is like winning 2 games anytime he plays. So he is just basically trying to earn whatever money he can with the ranking that he had at the beginning of 2021. It is a system that works a lot of the time, but it also is a system that can be abused like this. But if we are in his spot, we would be doing exactly the same. And it's not like he's the first either. Dudi Sela used to do that. Dmitry Tursunov as well. Brian Rosenthal's friend. He used to do that too. So Djokovic would have to lose an arm or leg to lose before the quarterfinals. It reminds me of the comment that Ronnie O'Sullivan, right, made a few years back about like the current state of snooker being so bad that even if he played with, even if he lost an arm or something, he would still be.
But he said it about himself. I mean,
he's actually ambidextrous as well. So for him, I don't think it would matter that much. But yeah, he often plays some shots left-handed.
Yes, I've seen him and get criticised for it too. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to get criticized for it in the beginning because people didn't realize that he was actually able to play with his left hand. And there's this urban legend that there was an actual board, and they forced him to play against like a very good player with his left hand, and he just beat him easily. It's an urban legend apparently. I don't know if it's true, but yeah, basically once everyone realized that his left hand is actually really good too, no one is like criticizing him for that anymore. And he only uses it for like situational spots, like where it's easier to hit with the left hand. No, it's just snooker is like one of my favorite sports too. I guess maybe in this case, I'm actually more so a fan of a player than a sport. Even I'm a big Ronnie O'Sullivan fan, so that's how.
I remember Jimmy White.
Yeah, he's still playing too, right?
Is he?
Which people, yeah, I could imagine people not knowing that, but he has like an invitational tour card. Snooker works on this system where you have 128 professional players only, and they have like two usually like invitational tour cards, and they still give it to Jimmy White. He plays the events. He doesn't do all that well, but
It's
he
like a
actually
wild
had like
card,
a
basically, right?
semi
Sounds like
decent run. Yeah, it's like more or less a wild card, but it gives him the ability to play on the tour for a year, for 2 years. So basically, it's like an even better wild card, right? It's yeah, it basically allows him to play every single event, or like qualifying for every single event more realistically for 2 years. Stephen Hendry also had it like a couple of years back when he returned from his retirement, but of course
okay.
Jimmy White is much older.
And has never won a world championship.
Yeah, he made the final like 5 times or something, and never
Yeah,
won it.
maybe
Yeah,
more. Maybe more.
I think one of them was like was a deciding frame as well.
Oh, he's been two very painful ones. One was a deciding, I think there was one, maybe even two deciding frames in that
Maybe.
career, and one of which I think he was sort of in the middle of a sort of a break of 40 or 50, something like that. And I think he jawed at what was an easy-ish shot. The other one, though, that may be even more painful, I think he was leading, I'm going to say 14-8 over John Parrott in a first 18. And I'm going to guess the year of about 94.
That's 91, but 94 it was the deciding frame against Henry.
Okay.
Six runner-up berths at the World Snooker
Yeah, 91,
Championship.
you're right. Yeah, with John Parrott.
Now Ghosty is surprised because he thought I was talking some you know random fun facts about snooker, and now John comes in with the John Parrott title at the World Snooker Championship.
Have you heard of a guy called Bill Werbenek?
No, I don't think.
He's a sort of a snooker legend, but more because of his drinking and occasional trouser splits as he went to take shots. He was a larger than life character, let's say. Because until the Hendry generation, I would say, they were drinking. You would watch them and smoking as well, but drinking was a funny one. They would be drinking pints during big matches.
Yeah. So it's similar to darts in this way, right? They just professionalized the sports that are basically played in pubs, used to be played in pubs. They made them professional, and they also kind of had to go away from the drinking and smoking because it just wouldn't fit anymore. They are very similar sports, definitely. This basically the same system of all your American viewers are lost. That's true. Snooker is probably only really enjoyed in 5 countries in the world. But
I'm just trying to find. Maybe it was not John Parrott. There was another final when he was leading 14-8, but it wasn't John Parrott. It looks like.
Maybe the one against Steve Davis in '84. That would be.
No, Davis, I think, always sort of had a slightly more comfortable. scenario. Dennis Taylor, I remember that, or I'm aware of that 85 final when he wins it on the black.
Yeah, you're right. He was trailing a lot, then got it
Yeah.
to 16-18, but he was trailing by a lot.
So who was it he was up against? I'm sure there's a final when he's like up about 14-8 and ends up losing like 10 frames in a row. I'm going to have a look. I'm going to find some. If I just look through his finals, I think I'll know which one it was.
Yeah, it seems like it's not Parrott or Davis, so it would have to be Hendry.
It could have been a Hendry final, yeah. I'm just trying to find his World Championship finals. This is a tangent I didn't expect to go off on. Mind you, Bronzetti's up a set and a break now on Krejcikova. So
yeah,
maybe she won
14-8 against Hendry, and then he lost 14-18.
That's right. So it's Hendry. What year was that?
92.
Yeah, so a year later. Okay, yeah. So it's Hendry. He was 14-8, yeah. And then losing 10 frames in a row. And how many finals do you know? What was it? You said you guessed at 5.
6.
Yeah,
It was 6. It was one more. Okay, back to tennis. All our American
we hemorrhage
viewers
viewers.
can come back here. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I would feel though if someone started talking baseball or American football stuff. So I
Yeah.
get you guys. I get you.
Burridge is serving for the match, but she is 15-30 down on her serve.
I can't remember Koepfer spitting on Federer's side of the court at the French Open, but he definitely caused a stir by just keeping that match super tight and making Federer play for 3 hours and 30 minutes. That was also the last match that Federer played at the French Open.
That was the 4th round, was it, or 3rd round?
Third, and then the 4th one he was supposed to play Matteo.
Berrettini. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then quarters against Novak potentially. I think Gil Gross has been on the show, right? Stiff Link, I don't know.
Steve Flink, no, but Gil's been on 2 to 3 times. Gil and I did a review of the Yannick Sinner Carlos Alcaraz match in a sort of end of year show thing I did about matches of the year, and Gil and I did about 40 minutes. There's a video of that somewhere in the backlog of YouTube videos. And then Gil has been on, he was on Last Ball Drops during the French Open, I think.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So, yeah. Steve Flink, no, but yeah, there's just so many people that you could have on, and I don't have his details, I don't think. I'm not even sure if Steve Flink is on Twitter, so he might be. I noticed Chris Clary has gone into overdrive on Twitter since he left the New York Times. So whether he's doing, because I think he's probably a freelancer, maybe writing a book or two, and maybe he's just trying to gather pace with his following. Krejcikova has a break point. Oh, it's a terrible forehand.
Now is Hüsler taking one of these toilet breaks that Echeverry was on not a long while ago?
What Sky Sports chosen then, Jake? I'm guessing they've gone for Burridge against, although she's just closed it out now, Burridge Blinkova. Because he'll be talking about Sky Sports in the UK, where I would imagine they would lean towards British players.
Yeah, in Poland it's a huge thing actually. Like whenever a Pole is playing at a slam, we're gonna have it.
Yeah.
Doubles maybe not, like it depends, but it doesn't matter if it's Świątek, Hurkacz or Magda Frank. Like we still will have it. Frank against Navarro, for example, yesterday was shown, although initially not at first because there was just one channel and it was going at the same time with Iga, but obviously right after.
A surprise net approach there from Krejcikova ended up working in her favour, and she's got another break point. Well, I guess Carlos must be on court. If not now, then very, very soon.
Because Venus lost, right? That's the
Yep.
court. And then you have, after Sinner finishes, it's going to be Zanevska, Sabalenka. Yeah. So you're actually planning to stay until the very end today?
We'll see. I would like to see out Carlos Koepfer, yeah. I'm playing tennis. I'm playing tennis at midday, so that's 9 hours from now.
Well, that's a busy schedule, along with the whatever the name of the show is before.
I'm calling it First Serve, but
First Serve. Okay.
It's got more or less the same style of thumbnail, and I was thinking about making a video. In fact, I think I might do it right now. If you give me 5 minutes, I'm going to make a 60-second video to promote it, like I did for others. I'll be back in 5 minutes. All right?
Sure. When it comes to Chwalinska, so to answer Kiri's question, basically, whenever she has like a longer period of great results and like playing more consistently, she also tends to get injured a lot. I don't know if this is something that she's gonna work out over the course of her career or not, but that's basically what happened last year. She had a fantastic first half of 2022. And then perhaps because of the overplaying and not overplaying, but the added the toll that it took on her body, she basically got injured again. Right now she's coming back. She is getting some better results, semi-final in Kozerki at the WTA 125. Then of course in Wrocław at the 40k she made the quarters, and right now she's playing a 60k in Prague. Tomorrow she faces Camila Rosatello in the second round. Camila Rosatello, you might remember from the United Cup, when she partnered Musetti in mixed doubles a few times. Maybe she can still get something going. She's been struggling with depression a lot in her career as well. She had a long break because of it a couple of years back. Right now it seems like she has a lot of mental issues again, doesn't really believe in herself. But hopefully she's gonna at some point just produce a longer, consistent patch of tennis. I think there is space in the top 100 for a game like hers. It's definitely super unique, but I think it could happen for her. And she definitely had a fantastic opportunity last year because she was defending nothing in the second half of the season. But yeah, then another injury issue came, and that's basically how it's been for her. Yeah, so that's it. And yeah, Jake, I remember you talking to you about it on Twitter. I think tomorrow's match against Rosatello will have to be streamed because that 60k in Prague has streaming. So you're invited to watch that for sure. It's a 6 I think it's a 6 round event, right? That's 60k in Prague. So it's just the second round is maybe not as important yet, but everyone's favorite Anne-Marie Satov lost today to Udvardi, but the lesser Udvardi, Luca Udvardi, not Panna. And actually she was on track to play Chwalinska potentially, but then Chwalinska might play Sonny Kartal as well. We'll see, but it looks like a very exciting event. Maybe I'll be watching some of that tomorrow. I'll see about that. So that was they had Burge on the one channel and Sinner Hanfmann. Yeah, they just seem to show very one-sided matches. Yeah, it's a problem as well with the U.S. Open organizers, right? Just putting on very lopsided matches, I guess, because Medvedev Balazs today on Artur Ashe, that was absurd, and I don't really understand how you make that call, but it was also shown on Polish TV because of that, and yeah. I just laughed about this match quite a lot, to my parents, because they were watching the other channel, but then they would pop into Medvedev Balazs from time to time, and it obviously wasn't a great show, and I just don't know who chose that as an Arthur Ashe match. Like, imagine buying the tickets right today for the day session on Arthur Ashe, and then all the action was done in 2.5 hours, basically. 1 hour 14 minutes, I think, for Balázs, and 1 hour 22 minutes for Pegula Georgi. With Pegula Georgi, though, it's not the organizer's fault, obviously. It was one of the most exciting matches of the round, potentially a huge one if Georgi managed to play, something remotely close to her best tennis. But Balázs Medvedev, it was never going to be good. And you don't have to be like a tennis expert to know that, right? Attila Balázs played 4 matches this year, and he lost 6-2, 6-love to Luka Von Asch, 6-2, 6-2 to Bernabe Zapata Miralles, 6-1, 6-1 to Daniel Altmaier, and now 6-1, 6-1, 6-love to Daniel Medvedev. So you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that Attila Balázs is not going to do anything in this match, that he's basically just picking up the paychecks and leaving, which he is entitled to do under the rules. But still, you just don't need to get it to you just don't need to get it on Ashe, right? Yeah, I think the odds on Hüsler were a bit were a bit ridiculous. Oh, you're actually talking about as live. Ooh, yeah, but like even pre-match, I think they were pretty ridiculous, even with Hurkacz's form. But of course, right now, if he takes that break point that he has right now, the Pole, then he might just go on to win this match without that much of a hassle in the last 2 sets. But Hüsler is always a threat to top seeds at events, right? I mean, he just has a style that's really imposing and doesn't really allow you to get into your rhythm, so it makes sense. However, obviously his form this year has been so poor that I still thought that Hurkacz was going to win this one more easily, and he just had a very good shot to take that break point, but he cannot make this. I don't even know what it was, like half volley attempt, I think. Good pass from Hüsler there. Hurkacz is trying to calm himself down a little bit. So John, as you heard, he might be staying until the very end. I'm personally thinking of just calling it quits after Echeverry Virtanen. That's probably going to be or Hurkacz Hüsler, like whichever one finishes first. That's probably going to be my strategy. Unless we see that Alcaraz is struggling, then maybe that changes my mind. Lucia Bronzetti, by the way, is going to beat Barbora Krejcikova. It seems like 6-4 3-love. Didn't Krejcikova also lost in the opening round at the French? Did she also lose in the opening round at Wimbledon? No, she lost in the second round at Wimbledon. So at least she's not on that much of a losing streak. But still not a great couple of results for her in slams this year after the Australian Open, obviously. And Hüsler makes this inside-in forehand error to give Hurkacz the break. So it looks like the match might be running away from the Swiss very quickly. He served for the match in the third. Yeah, the most casual tennis fans just want to see the big guys win. That's true. But like, I think there is still a degree of it where it doesn't make sense. Like if Medvedev Balázs is the match that we're talking about, I don't know. Balázs was like apologizing to Medvedev after this match. I couldn't hear exactly what they were talking about, but I feel like you could actually find I feel like you could actually find Balázs like you could actually find a match with similar star power today and just put it on instead of Balázs Medvedev. If I was the US Open organizers and I really wanted to put Medvedev on one of the show courts, I would do it on Louis Armstrong, because there you have 3 matches in the day session, right? And the fact that it's so short isn't going to matter that much. But I guess it doesn't really matter in the end. The viewers, right, that had Arthur Ashe day tickets, they also get grounds passes, right? At least that's what I'm assuming. Anyway, apologies if this has been asked already a dozen times. Who do you have winning the US Open women's, men's and women's? Men's, I went Alcaraz just because like I feel like if they play twice and also in the best of 5 set format, I don't feel like I feel like it would make sense for Alcaraz to win one of the Cincinnati US Open matches with Djokovic. The only issue that I see for him though is that he might be getting to the final a bit more tired than Novak, and also he has Sinner or Zverev in his quarters, which seems like the problem round for Alcaraz. And Djokovic, as you even mentioned earlier, like just doesn't seem to have any issues along the way, even to the final, I would say, not only to the quarters. As for the women's, I cannot really give you like one pick. I said before the event that for me it's Świątek, Sabalenka, and Goff who are the main favorites. Świątek and Goff, of course, are in one quarter. I was sort of downplaying Rybakina because of her health issues potentially, but it seems like that's not going to be a problem at all. So right now I have to sort of, eat my words and actually put Rybakina in there along with them. And Pegula, I think if the draw opens up, she is very capable. I just don't know if she would beat, I don't know, someone like Sabalenka or even Świątek, whom she has just defeated in a big match at the US Open. So I would say Pegula is like a distant fifth. But the top 4 favorites for me are super close to each other. And I legit cannot give you one, just one answer. I think when I did this draw review here with John and Nick, I think we all went for a different player in that trio, Świątek, Sabalenka, Goff, and I think I was the one to say Goff, but it was just like, why not? Since no one is really gonna look at these picks later and be like, why did you pick Goff, you idiot? So I was just I had a bit of fun with it, but personally, I cannot really separate these favorites at this point in time. I guess they assumed Balázs could still play. If so, then I don't know. I mean, just look at his results and just look at how he's been doing. Nah. Yeah, guys who have been retired for over a decade, like would have given Medvedev a tougher match than Balázs. That's possible. Sinner is the only threat to Alcaraz, Imo. Yeah, very much true. I give this little asterisk with Zverev still, just because he seems to have gotten back to form and maybe doesn't have as good a matchup with Alcaraz as Sinner, but still he has pushed him before. I don't know. I feel like it would also be a pretty tough match. Definitely tougher than anything else that than anything that Djokovic probably has in his half. So like Sinner's Zverev quarters, that's the issue I see with Alcaraz. But I still picked him just because, well, Djokovic won Cincy. If they meet again, I would say it's pretty unlikely that. Nah, I mean it's just a guessing game. It's a 50-50. Djokovic has like a slight lead, probably percentage-wise, because of the draw. Before the draw, I viewed it as like maybe 51-49 Carlos. Now I would say, I don't know, 53-47 Novak. I just feel like Medvedev Balázs would have been okay as a Louis Armstrong match, not Arthur Ashe, because you have 3 matches in the day session there, and yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about. But of course, it's not the most important thing in the world, I suppose. Well, Hurkacz is very close to just wrapping this match right here on the spot because, well, if you remember that 5-setter with Davidovich Fokina that I was mentioning, it like stayed close until the end, right? There was a deciding set tiebreaker that Hurkacz lost it to. And here, Hurkacz just has 2 breakpoints to go 4-love up. So that would surely end the match, I think, right here on the spot. And it would make the story different. What's the upside of protected ranking? The fact that when players get injured, they can use it and get back to form while not starting from scratch. There are a number of players who used it properly. I don't know. This year at Roland Garros, right? we had 2 players in the quarterfinals in protected rankings, and that was Elina Svitolina, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, and I think there was also Sara Sorribes-Tormo in the forefront. So I think that's maybe already a good example. Sloane Stevens won the US Open 2017 on a protected ranking. And yeah, I think that's all the examples really that we need here. Like it just gives the players opportunity to get back to their form playing in events that they would usually be playing with their previous ranking pre-injury, rather than start from ITF qualifying, for example, rather than them having to look for wildcards. So yeah, I think it's an okay system, but in some cases, like Dudisela, Dimitri Tursunov, Attila Balash, there are some players who sort of overstayed the welcome of their protected rankings, in the sense that we are sort of tired of watching them lose, winning 2 games, and especially in the biggest events, because Dudisela I think only had a protected ranking for qualifying of a slam, so not that many people cared. He also won a match at Wimbledon against Stuart Parker, I think. Not Stuart, I always forget what his name is. Oh Jesus, no, is his name Stuart? It is Stuart, right? Yeah, Stuart Parker. So I think Dudisela was just a way less well-known example, but Dimitri Tursunov, like about 2017-18, he was also criticized heavily for all the protected rankings that he was using, but in their place we would do the same. It's just free money lying there on the table because of a ranking that you had 2 years earlier. And why wouldn't you use that, especially as a player who, like Attila Balash, has definitely not earned all that much in his career? Dimitri Tursunov was probably not he wasn't forced to earn that money. I think Attila Balash, he probably is not exactly a multimillionaire, so he would be stupid not to take advantage of this. Realistically, it's not his fault. Yeah, Echeverry 3-2 up in the 4th set, up a break. By the way, if I don't remember if I talked about this. There's a medical timeout for Koepfer. Any of you guys watching that? It's the first game, literally, so that's why I'm surprised. And Hurkacz is 5-love up, so obviously that match is done. Stick a fork in it. It is done. Thank you, Janie. I suppose that means that you're going, because the stream will keep going. The stream will keep going for at least like an hour from here, but we'll see. But if you're going, obviously, thank you for your contributions as usual. Yeah, Hisler really blew it today, but at the same time, I feel like these games when he served for the match, and also that game when that tiebreaker, like this was also some of the strongest tennis that Hurkacz played all match. So you could really give credit to the poll as well, but you could also blame Hisler for blowing it. You can look at it both ways, as usually in tennis, right? That's how it usually is in tennis, that these things go hand in hand. Someone's level drops, someone's level increases, and certainly I would say that 5-4 game, it had a lot of great returns from the poll. And after that tiebreaker, Hüsler definitely Hüsler's level went down quite a lot. Just the fact that he could have closed this out, perhaps also coupled with, he knows what sort of year this has been for him, right? So that's also that also plays its part, I think, in how he treats this, and like what sort of opportunity he knows was in front of him today here. Hüsler has always been pretty nervy. Yeah, absolutely. What are your thoughts on Zapieri as a player and his potential? He has improved a ton this year. Like, I think that UMAG run that you're mentioning last year was pretty random. It was like only a couple of events last year that he had where he was pretty good at. So that was Roland Garros qualies and UMAG. But this year, I think he's made a huge leap. Maybe it hasn't really reflected itself in the rankings all that much yet. He was also injured recently. He twisted his ankle in the Karlsruhe final, but he actually has been playing like a top 100 guy for large chunks of this season. Obviously, his forehand is an incredible shot, and the serve is also getting so much better. And yeah, I think maybe potentially in the future he can also be extremely good indoors and on hard courts. Like, I don't think he's going to be a clay one trick, as his career so far is sort of suggesting. So yeah, I basically started believing in him this year, and think he will be a top 100 player out of these out of all these young Italians. I think he's going to be one of these who break the top 100. Oh, so Koepfer rolled his ankle apparently. So we'll see if he's even able to continue. That would be quite unfortunate. So we are at 3 match points for Hurkacz. And let's see if he takes it. He absolutely will. Serve down the tee, clinches the match for him. So a huge one, I think, for Hurkacz mentally. I don't know how this reflects on the rest of his event. He is going to play Draper now, which could be complicated if Draper is fit. But yeah, I think just mentally, it's a real champion effort as well, because he had that break to love when Hüsler was serving for the match, and also the tiebreaker that were actually really strong from him. I think that was some of the best tennis of the match. So yeah. Sorry if I'm a little slower, but I'm also trying to compile a tweet at this point, which tends to be tricky on a stream if you're doing it by yourself. But I will be back to you very quickly with my full attention, obviously. Yeah, so well, the draw for Hurkacz is not exactly looking all that inviting if Draper is going to be healthy. I don't know if he will though. He crashed Albot today, but he also had a pretty weak opponent, I would say. Then Berrettini potentially in the third round though could be a player that Hurkacz. Well, maybe we weren't initially looking as that much of a threat, but the way he crashed Ugo Humbert was quite something today for sure. So I'm excited about this potential match as well. But yeah, looks like there's gonna be more. Looks like there's gonna be more emotions with Hubert Hurkacz this US Open, which is great. That's funny. Ghosty about injustice. Well, eat a certain amount of injustice. What exactly is injustice? In this case, Attila Balázs earned this for himself. I don't know. There are two sides to this story, and I frankly would have to think about like how I would improve the system. Right away, I cannot give you an answer. As I said, like there's been a number of players who use their protected rankings to really get back to the top of the sport a lot more quickly than they would like in any other way. So I would say yeah. Yeah, so sorry, I got lost because I got sidetracked because I started reading Twitter again. Kistler has a lot of points to defend in the fall. Would like to see him stay in the top 100, but looks unlikely. Yes. The Sofia title especially, right? 250 right now in the ATP race. He is where? Let me check that. 171. Yeah, so that kind of shows you how low he has dropped this year. And I think it looks really unlikely. Lucky bastards, this is not something that's easy to analyze because Attila Balázs, he actually got to a ranking of 100, right? So he earned this right. Like it's not like he wasn't a top 100 player at some point. The guy made an ATP 250 final in Umag 2020. 2019, right? He lost to Dusan Lajovic. So he actually earned this ranking back in 2019, 2020, 2021. And what's a big shame about this? The fact that he was actually a phenomenal story. This guy retired for a couple of years because he had injuries. He was a tennis coach in the meantime. He was just done with his career. And then he comes back and he has this best patch of play in his career. He breaks the top 100. He makes a main tour final. And basically right now, what we are all going to remember him for is not that. We're just all going to remember him for these long months when he was showing up in ATP Tour events and winning 2 games against everyone. So that's a shame. But it's not like it's like he's a lucky bastard. He got to the top 100 on merit. He got to the top 100 on actual results, right? So I don't know. It's a tough situation, and I really would have to think about it to tell you if I have any ideas for how to improve it. I also don't even know if it needs improving because, it's just a few players that really have been able to maybe manipulate the system a bit in order to just keep earning money while not exactly being serious about their careers anymore.
Protected ranking still.
Yeah. I feel like I've spent the whole day talking about protected rankings because I was even talking to my parents about Attila Balázs.
By the way, Krejcikova's got one of the breaks back, and she's doing fist pumps as though she's just won the French Open. She's just won the Calendar Slam.
Yeah, and $1 million, by the way, is not huge at 34 if you're a tennis player because he spent. Remember the taxes. Remember how much he had to spend to actually get there. So And this money is going to end for him soon. Like, you know, he's 34 and earned almost $1 million, but this money is going to just be cut off in a few months. He's not going to have a career after this, or like a pension, right? So I don't know. Anyway, Kenyon, yes, I obviously know my tennis. Obviously, I feel very much the same way. I don't know why she hasn't played since Wimbledon. Do we have any info on that, though?
No
Yeah,
idea.
I mean, neither. And I guess that would tell us quite a lot too in regards to her chances in this match.
I have just made what may be the worst video in Talking Tennis history, and there's quite a lot of competition for that award. But I'm going to play it right now.
Okay.
Remember last ball drops? Remember that pretty successful thing we had on during the French Open and during Wimbledon, that as soon as that last ball dropped, we would go live with a review of the day? Well, for New York, we've got something slightly different. It's called the first serve. It may look like last ball drops. It may even appear like last ball drops, but it's on at a different time. Some of you may be thinking, oh, a little bit more convenient, European time, mid-afternoon. Well, you're probably right. Anyway, it's coming your way every day for the next week or so, from probably until about around 4, I would imagine, 3 p.m. Central European time, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, and therefore 9 a.m. in New York, so Eastern Time. Will be coming your way every day with a review of the previous day's action and a look forward to the day ahead. All here on Talkin' Tennis. So, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and see you at 9 a.m. Eastern Time every day during the US Open until middle of the second week, more or less. There you go. Unedited and just all the rough edges left in. Ghosty's still with us. We haven't lost Ghosty yet then. I don't know if we've lost any other viewers during that video being played. Bronzetti is 40-15 up. I see that Alcaraz and Koepfer are still playing, so I guess that injury wasn't too bad for the German. Still got this poll going as well about the rowdiness of the New York crowd, if anyone wishes to vote in that. And yes, Kenin is down a break to Bogdan. This is a big service game here, though, for Bronzetti, because she got broken in her last service game. Then Krejcikova had a comfortable hold. And she's 40-30 on her serve right now. Of course, if Koepfer was to get injured, that would bring my night to a slightly shorter conclusion, which would help. I don't know if Koepfer's thinking about that. Ooh, nice one, Krejcikova. Nice one. Deuce. Down a double break to Bronzetti. Down just one break right now. How's your nerve, Bronzetti? Echeverri, I see he's trying to force a fifth set. And I remember you saying, but I don't know if you're going to stick to it because I don't know how you energy levels are. You were saying, I'll see out her catch and I'll see out Echeverri Virtanen.
Yeah. That's my goal. I want to see this match until the end anyway.
Jake there saying he could do with a beer. Looks like he can't have a beer until Sunday. I guess that's due to work. I had beers yesterday, so I yeah. It took me a minute and a half to make the video. I did chop about 15 seconds off the beginning, just because it was just me adjusting my hair I decided to chop that off rather than go full transparency. But the rest was just left alone, basically. One take. Can you believe that? I obviously Momo tennis. Can you believe that one take? Oh, and Krejcikova, talking of taking their chances, she's just broken. Nice, Barbora. So, back on serve. Is Echeverri going to win this now?
He's serving for the fourth.
I mean, if Barbora forces a third, and and Carlos and what court is that Echeverri match on?
I don't even know.
But not the same court as Sabalenka, I imagine. No, court 7.
No. I mean, Sabalenka is on one of the main ones, right? Louis Armstrong.
guess.
Sabalenka is after Hanfmann Sinner.
Oh, okay. So she could be on very shortly if Sinner is continuing to race away with that.
Yep.
Oh, they could all finish at the same time.
They could, although Zanevska, Sabalenka, that could be tough.
Sabalenka against who? Oh, you mean finishing the match, not
not
for Sabalenka.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So Bronzetti was 4-love up in this set, right?
Yep, she had a double break, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe that celebration for Krejcikova when she got the first break back was justified.
Monfils still with 2 more match points, although Daniel has just saved one. Yeah, looks like Sinner is just gonna continue that quick beating of Hanfmann. So not as tough as another match that he had last year in the first round here against a German player.
Who was it?
Daniel Altmaier.
Ah, okay. And what was that?
Five
okay.
sets.
He had at least 2 5-sets then, because he also had another 5-setter.
Yeah, with Ivashka.
Yeah, in his 4th round, yeah. Just
Fourth
before
round with Ivashka. Yeah.
And the same night, Carlos had a 5-setter with Marin Cilic.
Yeah, so Sinner played 3 5-setters. So did Alcaraz.
Alcaraz just 3 5-setters. Tiafoe, Cilic, and Cilic and Sinner.
Just three 5-setters.
Yeah, I know. And of course, he was 4 sets in the final and longest time on court to win a Grand Slam, I think.
Yeah. I wonder if that was the most amount of the highest amount of 5-setters played on the way to a slam title, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure Federer had the same 2017 Australia, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if anyone had 4. Maybe like back in the day.
Who was Federer's semi-final against?
Wawrinka.
Wawrinka. Okay, yeah. Did Rafa play Dimitrov in the semi?
Yep.
Oh, a double fault from Krejcikova, meaning 30-40 on her serve. Or 30-all.
There was a comment from, I obviously know my tennis, long while ago about Krejcikova's drop-off this year. I don't remember if I read it really. Krejcikova has fallen off a cliff since Dubai when she won against Świątek in the finals unconvincingly. I thought she was destined to finish in the top 3 behind Świątek, Rybakina, and Saba. Then in the top 4, I guess. But yeah, I totally get what you mean. She really seemed like she could be in the top 3, 4, maybe even like Rybakina wasn't fully in the conversation there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like no one was sure if yeah, no one was sure yet if she was actually going to continue that. And then
She's just missed a really easy volley on top of the net, and she's now down a break point, 30-40. Yeah, I was optimistic. I think injuries could easily be pointed to every, for large parts of the previous 18 months. Suddenly she would show some potential, then she'd get injured, or she came into the French Open in 2022 as the reigning champion, but of course she had COVID, and she did go out in the first round before contracting COVID. But nevertheless, there was lots of injury issues. Then she was fit for a little while, and of course she beat Iga in Ostrava, and it was like, okay, that's what she's capable of. She comes into this year saying, I'm fit and firing and ready. She has a couple of tough draws at various tournaments, and therefore probably didn't go quite as far as I predicted, for example, in Australia. But then she backed it up, and she saved a break point, by the way. Then she backed it up with that win in Dubai, that 1,000. It's like, okay, here we go. And people were talking about a big three around about then, and I was thinking it could be a big four, but fallen off a cliff.
Apparently, Koepfer's coach asked him to give it like a try for like 20 minutes more, but
Okay.
apparently the ankle is not that great.
Okay.
So it could be that the match is going to finish at some point. Although, he's winning points.
Yeah, he's only one break down. David Ferrer is in Carlos's box, Jake. I mean, I will be switching over
Really?
that much, but that does seem a bit crowded if David Ferrer is there too.
And Juan Carlos Ferrero.
Yeah.
They're going to have a big argue. They're going to have a big discussion as to who is the best Ferrer.
Well, feria means like fair, as in like party in Spanish.
There's also the reference that you could make to iron with ferrum.
Yeah, fair.
I don't know if that comes from
FER, is that? Yeah.
Yeah, if their names come from that, I don't know, but you could theoretically.
Iron in Spanish is hierro, which is the name of a Spanish footballer
Oh,
as well.
I didn't know he was named like this. Like I know the guy, but I didn't know his name was actually Iron.
Yeah, there you go. Delgado, you've heard of Jamie Delgado, the British tennis player with a Spanish.
Billion people are named Delgado, yeah.
Yeah, right. It's a Spanish name, but anyway, means thin. Means thin. It's a funny surname, thin. Oh, a lovely passing shot there from Bronzetti, but I mean, I said lovely passing shot. It was one for Krejcikova to pick up, but she failed to pick it up. And as a result, we've got another break point for Bronzetti.
I mean, come on. Is it now Virtanen? Yeah, it's now Virtanen taking like a 10-minute toilet break. These guys really don't want me to go to bed.
Oh, Barboda pulling that forehand wide. Break for Bronzetti, and she's going to serve for the match, arresting the 4-game losing streak.
How the mighty have fallen.
Ghosty's not happy with Barboda's outfit. There was a time when Krejcikova was wearing the same outfit for about 18 months. And there was a Twitter account created along the lines of, has Krejcikova changed her outfit yet?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was quite funny. She was wearing the same head outfit for a long time. I mean, maybe 18 months is an exaggeration. But the one that she won the French Open in seemed to be lasting quite some time.
Maybe she just wanted to, stay in the same one as...
Goran Ivanisevic didn't change his T-shirt for the entire 2 weeks of his Wimbledon successful run because he was superstitious. It's all the same T-shirt. So the exact same one. Actually, it might have been Fila that she was wearing, because I'm seeing her wear Fila right now, but unless she's changed brands, she doesn't
Was he like washing it though?
No, I don't. Well, I don't think so. I think that's part of it. I think he wasn't washing it either. I think, from memory, that's the superstition.
That must have been one smelly T-shirt at the end
Yeah.
of the week.
That could go into a sort of a tennis museum somewhere, perhaps somewhere.
Well, it was Wimbledon 2001. Like, they weren't even sweating because it was just serves, missed returns.
So, Barbora is definitely sweating, and she's sweating on a potential defeat here in the first round. Ooh. Nice backhand winner there, Barbora. Love 15.
Yeah, maybe it's nostalgia, but I do feel like these guys, Ferrer, the Perdic, Del Potro, Tsonga, they were just so much better than these guys that you mentioned. Maybe with the exception of Zverev potentially, but of course at this point it kind of looks unrealistic that Zverev will ever unleash his full potential.
And we've got love 30 now on the Bronzetti serve. Oh, Kennan's broken back.
Can they start playing, please? Echeverry, Virtanen, what are you doing? I mean, they're back on the court now, but they're still not starting.
I guess he's referring to Goran's t-shirt, yeah. I mean, he could be talking about a match that he's watching. I don't know which one it is. So, Barbora, if you get to love 40. Wow, she's just hitting that backhand with such venom. Love 40. I have a question which will probably be very difficult for anyone to answer, but has anyone gone on to win a Grand Slam when they were a set and a double breakdown? Let's say the first round. Now, I'm thinking of women, of course, because it gets a lot further back. Has a man gone on to win a Grand Slam when he was 2 sets and a breakdown, for example, which is kind of similar? And I guess it would have to be or even any round for that matter. I mean, Federer was obviously 2 sets to love down and a break point down to, nice forehand winner there, Barbora. What I'm getting at is whatever Barbora does from here, winning the US Open feels a long, long way away.
Oh, and I thought you were actually referring to Hurkacz, but yeah, double break. That's what you meant.
Yeah, no. Hurkacz was okay. So yeah, Hurkacz will be another one, wouldn't he? If he's, I'm just trying to think. Is a set and a double break in women's tennis is the equivalent in men's 2 sets and a break? Probably something like that. The
it also
weirdness
depends if it's 4-love or 5-1, or if it's free
Yeah, of
love.
course.
It can also be free love only.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So that's a big difference maker. But yeah, when in women's tennis, sometimes double break does not matter, right?
Doesn't, but then you're so close to the finish line. You're 2 games
Yeah,
away
yeah.
from all up. But yes, that's the problem. So with the comparison, you can be you can be two sets and 1 love up with a break in men's tennis, but you're still quite far from the finish line, especially on clay. But then you're also very far in front of your opponent. So I looked at that as kind of like an equalizer.
At an ITF final in Netanya recently, Philippe Parivo lost to Ishai Oliel from 1-6 to 5. Sorry, 6-1, 5-1, I think.
6-1, 5-1.
Yeah, but of course it's happened. But like Grand Slam level, I don't know. Maybe there is a story that we're forgetting. Obviously, there's like Novotna, right?
Yes, but that was a double break in the 3rd set, I think.
Yeah, 5-0, whatever.
It wasn't 5-0. I think it was like 4-1 or 5-1.
But there is a 5-0 40 love story with her. But
is there? From another match?
Yeah. Let me find it, because right now I feel like I'm kind of malfunctioning already. But there is this big story. Yes, for sure. I don't think she won the event though. Maybe. Huh.
A set and a double break. That's not quite the same, but that's still pretty cool. A quarterfinal. I mean, a set and a double break. So did he go on to win that second set? I'm guessing that if he was a set and a double break down, because actually a set and a double break is not that crazy. It's a little crazy, I guess, to win that set, but a set and a double break is not. It's not the same as It's not the same as two sets, basically.
Yeah, so basically, Novotna blew 9 match points, leading 5-0, 5 love, 40 love against Chandarubin, and lost 8-6 in the third. But of course, Chandarubin did not go on to win the slam. So
Which tournament was that?
French Open 95.
Which round?
Third, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, third.
Wow, 5 love, 40 love in the second or third set, was it?
Third.
Oh, yeah. There's a set of Rafa somewhere I've seen where he's down. I'm guessing at the French, but it might have been on clay. And it's like Rafa wins this set, and it shows him maybe 5-1 and love 40, something like that, down.
Sounds familiar, but
I mean, it was just a set.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a break point for Bronzetti now at 30-40. So of the 10 games, I'm going to say we've had 2 holds of serve, but I maybe 2 or 4.
Well, it's gotta be 4 because she was 4.
Yeah,
she
exactly.
was 4 love
I was
out,
just doing the math myself, yeah.
Leche very quickly goes up a break in the deciding set.
Krejcikov's just saved a break point, so we're at deuce. Carlitos has won the first set 6-2. Sinner is through, which I think you might have mentioned already. Nice winner there for Krejcikova, so she's got advantage.
That set that you mentioned is against Pablo Andujar at Roland Garros, and Andujar was 5-1 40 love up.
How long ago was that?
On serve and lost it.
How long ago was that?
Looking at I have to check, but like looking at the Nadal outfit, I would say this could be the same year when he played Isner, but I don't know.
Okay.
It's like
blue and
2011 or 2010, I think.
Is it blue, white, something like that?
Yeah, blue shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably is the Isner year then, 2011.
I think watched. So let me check. Yeah, it's the second round after the Isner match. Yeah.
Because of the Casper Ruud thing, I watched the highlights of that today. The Isner. Krejcikov's getting some medical attention.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in a while, but I did watch them a few times a few years ago.
Without seeing anything happening, I'm going to guess it's a breathing issue, but let's just see what happens. Or some sort of sickness. No, it's not. It's a tension to the foot or the shoe. But it doesn't seem anything serious for Barbora, who is possibly the first and only friend of the show who's actually got no association or ever been on it. Just friend of the show by virtue of the fact that I kept predicting her to go far for us.
That's good, yeah. Well, if the retirement from Koepfer is coming, then it's probably going to be pretty soon. But I don't know, maybe he'll continue playing, actually. Looks like Bogdan Kenyon will be a long match too. They're just starting the tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm. I'm sharing 3 scores on the screen right now. Alcaraz, Koepfer, Bronzetti, Krejcikova, and Bogdan Kenin. Monfils got the job done, didn't he?
Yeah. At least that's what I think. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
yeah.
he did. Sabalenka's just start. We've got 15 love here on the Bronzetti serve.
Oh, and in the chat we also had a mention from I've seen on my tennis about 6-4 fall of down against Jarko Nieminen from Nadal. I don't know that story, but that's also a huge comeback. Obviously.
Where?
Oh no.
What year?
Well, I guess it's Nadal because I don't know right now. But
Yeah, he says
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
So yeah, I'm assuming that's Nadal.
That's a big comeback. Yeah.
Imagine having that sort of a lead on Nadal on clay, sort of
But in
on the way to
0506,
make history.
yeah, you wouldn't realize though in 0506. I mean, certainly
Yeah, you
05,
wouldn't know it.
06,
You wouldn't know how important that is. Yeah.
No. So in a way, it sort of feels like you would go weight of expect. If it was like 2018 or something, you go, oh, okay, weight of expectation, seeing the finish in sight against this clay court legend. But that wasn't the case in 2005 or 2006.
Yeah, 2006. So at least he had one Grand
Go,
Slam title already, but still, it definitely didn't feel as grandiose yet. And of course, Nadal went 24-0 on clay that year. It was actually one of just 2 seasons when he was undefeated on clay.
What was the other year?
2010.
Okay.
2010, he only lost 2 sets. One against Almagro and the other against Gulbis.
Maybe that's why I think Tony Nadal said that was the best version of Rafa, 2010.
Yeah, very possible. He won like what, 3 slams?
No, 2. Oh yeah, 3. Yeah, 3. Wimbledon and the US.
Yeah, and Australia, he retired to to Murray, right? Yeah, he retired to Murray. Yeah.
What round would that have been?
Quarters, I think.
Oh, wow.
Just like the Cilic and Ferrer injury issues, I think they were always in the quarters.
Cilic was quarters, yeah.
Yeah,
that was 2018, was it? Yeah, 2018.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have won the Aussie Open that year. I think he would have beaten Federer.
Yeah. Yeah. No. That's too much for me.
I knew it would be. So go on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that Roger definitely was not playing all that well at the Australian Open that year, despite winning it.
He beat Cilic in the final, didn't he?
Yep, 5 sets.
We're into a tie break here, and has Bronzetti erred? Yes, she has. So we're on serve at 1-0 for Krejcikova. Cornet has been in her last year for about 36 years, I think. Ghosty. She announced that she was retiring about at least 18 months ago, anyway.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment when she said that she was basically like decided on retiring, but then figured.
But hasn't said anything since.
Why not? Yeah. Why not keep going?
Yeah, I'm sure. No problem with keeping going. But maybe at some point in the last 18 months, she might have suggested, well, I'm sort of thinking about a reversal.
Yeah.
Rafa's been practicing lightly. So we'll see how that pans out.
So Baez beat Chorich in 3 sets today.
Yeah, very comfortable.
Yeah. I remember thinking I was bold when I told someone last week that he probably wins at least one of these matches that they're going to play, at Winston-Salem and US Open. I thought that was like super bold, you know. I never thought that he was actually going to win 2 of them.
Why has Alcaraz disappeared off my screen? Don't know. Nothing crazy happened there. Okay, so Cornet is not a fan of Azarenka, according to Jake, which I wasn't aware of. Didn't know there was
Cornet Azarenka.
Cornet Azarenka.
I don't know the story either.
No.
Cornet is pretty feisty though, right? So
Azarenka too? No.
yeah, absolutely. Cornet said she hates Azarenka in her autobiography.
That's what he
Wow.
said. Yeah.
Top 5 best drop shotters in the ATP. And Ghosty says Joker, Alcaraz, Maroshan, anybody who plays 3 sets with Sinner, anybody who plays 5 sets with Sinner. Per Musetti.
Is Per good at drop shots? Is he?
Yeah, definitely. Musetti is definitely up there. Hugo Gaston. Hugo Gaston would be there, 100%.
Kennan's won that tiebreak. And Koepfer, after a lengthy service game, has held serve at the beginning of the second set.
The mention of Maroshan definitely good too, though.
Oh yeah, you got to really.
Yeah. Thinking if there's someone else that I would like to point out, but not coming to mind at present.
Okay.
Cecchinato.
Three all at the changeover.
There's a breakpoint for Virtanen though in the 4th game.
Is that to break back?
In the 5th. But Echeverry finds an ace, down the tee. So no break back yet. Eleven aces from Virtanen, 4 from Echeverry so far. But yeah, Echeverry's serving, if you like, has gotten a lot more hardcourt like this year, which, you know, he's just sort of able to switch between the first serves on clay where he's just finding the first forehand. Everything is about finding the first forehand, and here he's actually like slamming some of them too, which is good. And also like increases his potential on hard a lot. Well, speaking of that, another huge serve to give himself a game point.
Oh wow, they're still only at 2-1.
Yeah. Some of these matches today going on for a really long time. But obviously, Hurkacz and Hüsler, for example, went 5, and I think it was the very same court as Greek Sporfils, which went on for 4 hours. So that court must have been pretty crazy today.
Krejcikov has just put a backhand into the net, so it's 3-4. They are on serve, but obviously with a slight advantage for Bonzetti. Yeah, but you were talking about falling off the cliff earlier. I obviously know my tennis. And Coric is kind of the same with since that Cincinnati win. I mean, he made the semis in Madrid. Did he make the quarters in Rome, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. He beat Hurkacz in the 3rd round. So. Yeah, I just honestly don't think he's that good.
No.
Like I think his ranking right now is pretty much where I would have him.
If Coric, okay,
lower. Yeah, if not
so
even
I thought
lower.
you were talking about Djokovic with the drop shot. I think.
No.
There was maybe
he could be up there.
I mean, he had Bonzetti. He's got the mini break 5-3 advantage now. I mean, Djokovic had a period in 2020, I think, either side of sort of the pandemic disrupting where I think he was doing really well with it. And he was doing quite well with it in the 2020 French Open until the final. And I think since the final, I seem to just recall a lot of misses from him as well on the drop shot. And then we've had people like Alcaraz come along and just go, this is another level.
Yeah, George is impossible to call, definitely. Sometimes he has these amazing serving days, or like trusts his forehand and is super good. He used to have a fantastic matchup against Federer, right? Like anytime, just pushing him. I guess just like guys like, I don't know, Milman, Vucevic, but yeah, I cannot understand really his sequence of results either.
Krejcikova tried to punish a short ball from Bronzetti and went for it on the forehand and just went wide. So we've got 3 match points for the Italian.
And Jake says that Church's game is built on solidity unless he's having a bad forehand day. Yeah, he kind of lives and dies by it, right? The best events that he's had, so like Cincinnati, or sorry for this, but even the Parma Challenger last year, they were when the forehand was firing, and it's not an accident.
He also was serving really well in Cincinnati.
Yeah, absolutely. Parma as well. Yeah. Something that he improved a lot post injury with the new motion.
It's landed in. Wow, Bronzetti has won. But the match point, I was with Barboda on this one. I was like, don't hit that, Barboda. That's going out.
Should I watch it? Is it that interesting?
Maybe I'm getting carried away because I was there in the moment, but I will say this. No, it's not as interesting as I make out, because it looks like I'm making out like she's dropped a real clanger. But actually, I was thinking, don't hit that Barboda, because I think she was about to consider going for the volley. But it was a double sort of whammy, because it was like, don't hit the volley because it's going to be a really, really difficult volley. And secondly, it's going out. As it turned out, it landed in. Maybe you should watch it, but
I somehow don't have a stream for this one anyway, so
I understand why she didn't. I understand why she didn't go for it.
I tried to, but I somehow don't have a stream for this one. So I guess the decision has been made for me.
I was watching it. I thought it was going to land in the tram line, but it sort of just curved back in. But the consolation for Barboda is that Bronzetti still had a couple more match points, and I don't even know if she was going to make the volley. I just think it was just too difficult. Let's have a look. I'm going to watch it for the first time since. So she comes into the net here. Somehow she gets her racket on it. Yeah, I think it's just out of her reach anyway. I thought she was going to stretch out a racket and try and get a volley on it. But then it was just like, it's just out of her. It's just Barboda. I don't think Barboda can get it. Anyway, it's just incredible that it landed in because I didn't expect it. So that is the French Open champion of 2021 and the number 12 seed. She'll be dropping a few points, I think, because she went beyond the first round last year. And a disappointing end to her Grand Slam year, because I don't recall her pulling up any trees any other Grand Slams either. I think 4th round maybe.
Australia, yeah. Australia was the only run. And yes, Zanevska is retiring, although after today, that's debatable, because if she wins against Sabalenka, then it's not going to be after today.
So Bronze is playing Lys and Kanepi is playing Zheng.
Bronzetti list? That's insane.
Zheng will fancy her chance to make the 3rd round?
Maybe, because...
How old is Kai Kanepi nowadays?
How old?
Yeah.
38, I think. Would be my guess. That she has turned 38, like, somewhat recently, right? Did she? Yes, exactly. Oh, June. Oh, okay. That's somewhat recently.
Sabalenka's just got underway. now there's not too many matches going on. I'm going to say that you've got the match that you're watching, Sabalenka, Carlos, and Kenin.
Yeah, I mean, it is 10 p.m.
Yeah.
So it should be slowly going towards the end. I finally managed to get my hands on the match point of Bronzetti Krejcikova.
Yeah.
So I'm watching it now. Oh, okay. Yeah. Happens. Yeah, I mean, if she felt like she was gonna it was gonna pop in, she probably would have tried to play it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like out of her reach completely.
I've watched it again, and it looks even more difficult the second time I watched it. But yeah, when I watched it in live action, my gut reaction was don't go for it, because I thought she was. I mean, she approaches the net, but it's a really good shot from Bronzetti. I mean, that's the probably remarkable thing.
Yeah, Kim Zheng with indeed a very fairly clear path to the fourth round, but she's wasted chances like this before. I do hope that she doesn't do it this time.
Sabalenka's been broken at the beginning of the match.
Kanepi in the second round, and then Liz or Bronzetti. I mean, that's fairly. What did you say? Fairly clear. That's even an understatement. Jesus. She kind of has to do it, but that makes me feel uneasy because she has wasted chances before. Then again, today she only lost one game to Podoroska.
That's right. Yeah, 6-love, 6-1. I think. Yeah.
That sounds like a pretty strong showing. Even if Podoroska is obviously much better on clay. Come on, guys. Echeverry Virtanen. I definitely feel a bit lower on energy by now, but I do want to see this until the end.
So I think there's 4 matches currently on. Bogdan.
Yeah.
Echeverry,
the remaining 4.
Cool.
Looks like by the scoreline prediction that our friend Visinome Tennis gave earlier could actually be very close to real in Alcaraz Koepfer, right?
Why? How many games did he give Koepfer?
He had something like 6-2, 6-2, 6-3 or something like that. So
I don't know if I obviously here is referring to my reaction to the match point of I don't know if that's what he's referring to. I wish I could think of a nickname for I obviously know my tennis. I mean, obviously would be at least something.
Yeah, I think Jake asked him for his name earlier.
I
but I'm
know,
not sure
and
if
I thought to myself, because I think Jake just wanted to say hello.
Did he give it to,
No, he
to
didn't.
us
No.
or not?
I don't think so. Anyway. I mean, at least, I see Sabalenka's broken back. I mean, at least Krejcikova has her French Open. Whether it's like Andy Roddick and Pat Rafa.
Oh, but the guys, Jake and Ghosty, decided to call him Derek, so we can call him Derek.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah,
and I also see that I missed a Stefano Travaglia question earlier, or like Stefano Travaglia mentioned. I absolutely love his game. Like anytime I've watched him live, he is just so fast on his feet, and just shows that class that he has in his game. Like just some real vintage textbook technique. And yeah, it's a shame he got Tommy Paul in the first round of the US Open, because that was just not winnable for him at this stage of his career, at least.
Yeah, these guys are making you wait at Echeverry and Virtanen.
Definitely. Almost 4 hours already. It's possible that we will reach the 4-hour mark by the time they're done.
I'm going to put Carlos on.
we are reaching the 4 a.m. mark in Poland and Germany, in deepest, darkest Poland.
Mm-hmm.
And in the cultural center of Germany. Well, the former capital.
Former capital, yeah. Not far away from hipster Cologne.
Not far away from the Troisdorf Challenger. Not far away from the Koblenz
Very
Challenger.
close. Very close. Troisdorf is very close. It's during the second week of the French, though.
Yeah, the first even, and that's why
The
it's
first week of
always
French.
first week of the main draw, unless you wanted to count with qualifying, but no one does it. No one does it like that, even not even me. So yeah, it's actually during the first week of the French, and that's why it's very tricky for me to come, even though it would be excellent because, well, I have a direct flight to Cologne and it's like next to the airport, right?
Koepfer's retired. I'm
yeah.
guessing because I see Carlos doing a victory speech, so Koepfer
Yep.
must have retired.
6-2, 3-2. So he really went for that, what the coach told him to, right, to just play for 20 more minutes. And this is, by the way, of big help to Carlos, right? Because he is like, I think he's going to take anything like this that's coming his way during this fortnight, because the assumption is that he just is going to have a lot more time spent on the court than Novak going into the final, probably. So
I don't think he's someone that's going to suffer from not spending enough time on court. Bearing in mind he's had a good run up with Canada and Cincinnati, and a week in New York before. No real health issues right now. So yeah, I think playing a set and a half today is fine.
Now it seems like maybe something a bit minuscule, but like 58 minutes compared to 2.5 hours, let's say, that he would usually have to fight with Koepfer for. That could be a big deal at the end of the fortnight. It's possible. It could be one of
he could have done with it.
factors.
For example, last year he could have done with one of those. Bearing in mind he was very running on empty against Casper, I think, at various points in that match.
Yeah. What was he doing in the first 3 rounds, though, at the US Open last year? I have to check. So he won them very quickly, actually. He also had a retirement from Baez, but it was in the third set. And if I remember correctly, it was a very tight match for the first 2 sets. So probably was much longer than Koepfer today. At least 2 hours, I would assume.
Yeah, so that's Carlos through anyway. So Carlos lost 4 games. Novak, who would have played the full 3 sets, lost 5, I think.
I read somewhere on Twitter like 30 minutes ago that Virtanen has no rally tolerance, but like when he's trying to just keep the ball in the court, he's actually able to out rally Etcheverry a ton of times here, and that's how he sets up another breakpoint for himself.
That's also good news for my schedule now with Carlos sealing that one now. I didn't expect Carlos to get done before Etcheverry Virtanen, that's for sure.
Yeah. Usually at 10 p.m., the outside courts are not playing anymore. But right now we actually have 2 matches, Kenin Bogdan and this one. And it's another one of these like rallies just down the middle, both guys. No one really taking any significant risks, but Virtanen is the one to crack first this time, as you would usually expect. Is Sabalenka playing tonight? Yeah. She has started like a few minutes ago.
Yeah, she lost the first game on serve, but she broke back immediately. But now she's struggling to hold.
She is hoping to end Marina Zanevska's career.
Yeah, sounds cool, but I just don't see anybody getting close to Novak. Where's Davidovich Fokina? He's in his half, I think, but even then,
Come again?
Davidovich Fokina is in Novak's half, I think.
Well, he played today or yesterday. Yesterday, right?
He played
So
yesterday
yeah,
and won. Yeah.
he is.
I think
He
he won in
is. Yeah.
sets as well.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have a look at Novak's half. I'm just going to see if there's anyone in his half who I would expect to take a set off him.
No. Basically none.
Yeah. Davidovich Fokina could. It just depends. I mean,
Yeah, but he first needs to get to the semis.
oh
so
yeah,
it's like
That's
it's a long way away from him.
Sebi Korda of the Australian Open had a better chance of taking a set off him than Tsitsipas.
Sebi Korda did take a set of him, even had
Adelaide,
had a match point. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So
Fabian Maroshan would have a shot.
Yeah.
Like on his peak day, yes, but that goes for a few players here too.
The names here, but so Tsitsipas, no, probably won't take a set off him. At least historically, you would imagine he wouldn't. I know he did run him a bit closer in Paris-Bercy last year, but Zapata Marias, who he's playing tomorrow, no. Karatsev,
Fair.
Yeah.
Another one of these, like if he just plays his best game, even Djokovic can be a bit just struggle to know what to do. So why not?
Davidovich Fokina already mentioned.
Tommy Paul?
No,
I don't know.
not after Australia.
Yeah, Francis Tiafoe. That's doable.
Oh, where is Tiafoe in that half as well?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he took a set off him in Australia, I think, in 2020.
I don't know. He played Rafa in 2019, right? When he had a big run in the Australian Open, I think. And
Did he? Tiafoe played Rafa, did he? In 2019? Taylor Fritz.
Didn't he?
Taylor Fritz.
Didn't Nadal play Tiafoe and was like a total blowout?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, total blowout is maybe a stretch, 6-3, 6-4,
yeah.
6-2. But anyway, Novak is 2-love against Tiafoe, and it's actually a Laver Cup match, so screw that. But also the Australian Open 2021. And
21 was it? 4 sets, was it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that was quite close.
I think Tiafoe might be the best chance, actually, that this half has at beating Novak. But of course, getting there first is still...
Yeah. Taylor Fritz, of course, would be a quarterfinal opponent potentially for Novak.
Yeah, he took 2 sets of Novak, right?
In
the Australian Open,
yeah.
But
so Alcaraz plays Lloyd Harris next, and Botic van der Zandschulp plays Dan Evans. So Dan Evans could be playing Carlos Alcaraz in the 3rd round, and I remember them playing in Barcelona this year, and I think Evans was a double breakdown and then got it back, did he?
No, I don't think so, because he lost 6-2, 6-2. So
okay, no. Maybe it was in the previous round when Dan Evans surprised me. Was it against maybe Cerundolo? Maybe Cerundolo.
Yeah, Evans Cerundolo sounds about right, yeah.
In the quarterfinal. Evans, I think, quite likes it in Barcelona. But yeah, I would if Evans plays Alcaraz in the 3rd round, I would imagine a fairly comprehensive win for Alcaraz.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine him struggle there. Harris, if he serves out of his mind, why not? Kokinakis lost for the 4th round, so it's gonna be Nori likely. So that's also reasonably easy for Carlos, it seems. So yeah, it's just that Sinner Zverev quarterfinal. That's huge.
Yeah, Sinner Zverev 4th round, and therefore. I'm just looking at the injury that Koepfer picked up, and you can see him taking his shoe off and getting a big strapping on it at Deuce. Now I see why the reaction in the chat was quite big.
Yeah, he like twisted his ankle, right, and it was a bit swollen. I think I saw a photo.
And Alcaraz is wearing a sleeveless number.
It doesn't seem like a big ankle. Like at least the swelling is not major, but well, he's probably going to be fine in a few days at least. At probably like at the very least. But well, today he's not fine. To continue, come on, guys, for free. Let's take this home. Let's take this to wherever Echeverry is from in Argentina, probably Buenos Aires. And I'm not saying that just because I know like 3 Argentinian cities.
What were the other ones you know?
Well, he is from La Plata. That wasn't one of them.
No, not off the top of my head. I think La Plata is down south. Am I right with that?
Rosario is definitely another one that I know.
Rosario, yeah. There's one with a very famous wine.
There are the Cordoba, of course.
Cordoba, yeah.
We know that from tennis.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, of course, yeah.
There's
I know
a
it from wine personally, actually, but yeah.
There's a challenger in Tigre, but I think it's like a borough of Buenos Aires, actually. So I guess that's where my knowledge of Argentinian cities ends, unless there's a challenger that I cannot remember at present.
Okay, so La Plata isn't down south. It's actually a part of the Buenos Aires province.
Oh, so it's also somewhere around there, yeah.
What is the name in the deeps? What's the sort of southern tip of Argentina where you would get the jumping off point to go to Antarctica?
Tierra del Fuego?
Could be.
I don't know. There is something like this in the south of Argentina.
Okay. Here's a funny story for you. I know a guy got on a bus to go to from Buenos Aires to go to the Foz de Iguazu. There's big waterfalls on the border of Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay, right on the border. And anyway, so he gets on the bus and off he goes on his 12-hour journey to what he thinks is going to be the Foz de Iguazu. However, 3/4 of the way through the journey, he speaks to a fellow passenger and about where they're going, and he says, "No, you've gone in the wrong direction, mate. We've gone about 9 hours south, heading down south to this southern sort of part that I've just talked to you about." So in the end, he never went to these waterfalls because it's just such a long way. So there we go. German as well. You wouldn't expect a German to make that kind of error. Oh, Janie's back. I thought Janie had gone to bed. So Alcaraz is through for those of you just tuning in. Bogdan is up a break in the second set. And the only other match that is happening is this. Oh, my goodness me. And we've got some break points, have we, for Virtanen?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, at least it's limited. You know, it's not going to be a 2018 final set. So I guess they have to thank John Isner and Nicolas Mahut.
Indeed, but it still could be 2018 in a tiebreak.
It could be, yes.
Which is a 20-minute tiebreak.
Theoretically limitless. You can.
Yeah. I mean, you can
play until the end of the day.
I mean, penalty shootouts, same thing. You could theoretically go forever.
If you never lose a point on serve, you're never going to lose a tennis match.
I mean, John Isner or Valio Pelka, some of these guys must have been in some pretty lengthy tiebreaks, I would imagine.
24-22, Isner Pelka, Dallas last year, I think.
There you go. Yeah, I thought there was one quite recently.
Yeah.
Terry must have seen. Hi, Terry, by the way. Terry was midstream, left us a few hours ago with the first stream we had today. And I wondered if you'd be back. Yes, that doesn't surprise with those two. I mean, and I vaguely remember them having a very long tiebreak in Dallas of all cities.
Yeah, we've arrived for all. Virtanen was knocking on the door for the past 2 or 3 games that Echeverry had on his serve, and he is back in it.
There you go. And I'm going to switch to Sabalenka.
One of them will play Wawrinka next. So Echeverry, as I said earlier, was already beaten by Stan at Wimbledon in round 2, while Virtanen and Wawrinka would obviously be a pretty new matchup. But an exciting one. regardless.
What's this about a fall? I'm presuming he's talking about Dominic Koepfer.
Yeah, probably. Oh no, actually not. About the falls that you were.
Oh,
the story.
okay. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The Iguazu Falls is what they're called. Yeah. Foz de Iguaçu in Portuguese, I think. Love 30 on the Zanevska serve here. We've already had 2 breaks in this first set. It's a nice forehand, though, from the Belgian. I don't get this conversation. Who's inconsiderate?
Janie's child, because she's always crying when tennis is on. Like, she doesn't care.
Okay.
She should be paying attention to the schedule of the tennis calendar. And yeah. True. That's why I don't have children. Imagine if a challenger final was on, in, let's say, Cordoba. No, Cordoba doesn't have a challenger, but let's say Tigre, because we just mentioned Argentinian challengers. And yeah, imagine that. And then what happens? I have to watch. And you have to wait, kiddo. Oh, Zanevska holding up pretty well so far in the last career match, maybe.
Yeah. She's at deuce now on her serve, and she was, I think, facing a break point.
Vitamin 5-4 up, so from 2-4 down, I think Echeverry was 4-2 up, just 2 holds away, and now he will actually have to serve out this game to win to stay in the match. Which honestly, at this point, I'm kind of hopeful he won't do.
Yeah.
But well, I'm sure Echeverry knows that I have a lot of love for him, but it's just that I kind of want to go to bed at this point.
I've gone for Sabalenka to win the title. Oh, double fault from Zanevska. And I think that's Saba with a break. Yep, 4-2. So 4-2 Sabalenka.
Wait, so today on Arthur Ashe, you had Medvedev beating Balazs in 1 hour 14. You had Pegula beating Georgi in 1 hour 22. Then you had Venus losing to Minnen 1-6, 1-6. And then you have Koepfer's retirement.
Yep, in 1 hour, 1 minute.
That's insane.
So you've probably got 4 matches in about 4 hours, something like that. No, it might be
a bit longer than that, yeah.
How long was Medvedev's match? I guess that was about
1 hour 14.
1 hour 14?
Yes, Pegula was 1 hour 12. So it's like 4 hours 30 minutes. Well, 4 hours 50 or something like that. I don't know how long Venus took. I can check that, but yeah, that's insane. Like that's really one of the weakest Grand Slam days ever.
Yeah. If you spent a few $100s on having tickets for today, yeah. I mean,
but
one
at
or
least
two.
you also get the grounds pass, right? So at least you have a lot.
Yeah, true. But if
you had a lot of tennis to be watched after Pegula, George.
Medvedev's match should never have been on Ashe. I understand Venus, and I understand the temptation with Carlos. Just because Carlos could just find himself.
No, Carlos easily could have been on Arthur Ashe. Like, besides a retirement, this match would have given at least 2 hours of pretty exciting action. So
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Basically, if I'm counting correctly, and it's 20 past 4, so I might not be, but it's like 4 hours 50 minutes literally.
Kennan's broken back. Yeah, I'd be quite happy if Kennan could get the job done, and Sabalenka, and then, and obviously your match should be finishing very, very soon.
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for.
I wonder if this poll is more representative of the fact that we've got probably a few Americans watching tonight rather than Europeans.
What was the question? Are the New York crowd too loud, rowdy, disruptive?
No, getting the most.
No. Like watching at home, I don't really see a situation where it would piss me off or something. I don't really think that's possible.
You're not getting your break of serve, I don't think, from Vatanen.
Yep, yeah, I don't think I am.
Oh, thanks, Jake. I just seen a tweet from Jake saying thank you for your stream.
Basically, on another thing about that is that on Arthur Ashe today, no one of the losing players won more than 2 games in a set.
Yeah.
It's just this just keeps getting better the longer you think about it.
So how many matches on Ashe today? 4?
4, yeah, it's 4 every day.
What's the match I'm missing then? Because I've got Medvedev, I've got
Georgi
Carlos.
Pegula.
Georgi Pegula. Yeah, that could have on another day gone 3.
Yeah, I mean it had to be an Ashe match. I think it's one of the most exciting matches of round 1 if Georgi shows up.
Yeah, and it's involved.
So like in some cases this is bad luck, right?
Yeah.
Alcaraz Koepfer, it's bad luck. Georgi Pegula as well. Medvedev Balas should not have been on Ashe. Armstrong would have been better easily. And yeah, Venus, I mean, the recent performances from her would actually make you think that she has, well, at least some sort of a chance, at least Minnen, right?
Yeah, and also you just don't know how much longer Venus is going to be playing professional tennis.
Yeah, but like even if you look at how she played this year, right? Even when she lost to Keys, she won 7 games. She won 7 games against Svitolina. She won a set against Zhu. She won a set against Naev. She won a set against Ostapenko. She won a set against Zheng. She beat Kudermetova. Yeah, I mean, basically, there's nothing really to suggest that it's going to be such a blowout. I remember saying yesterday that I think Milan is like easily the favorite, but like I didn't think it would be this sort of a blowout. So.
Janie, completely agree. I like a bit more noise and atmosphere. It's just when they sort of boo and hiss, and I mean I think the Naomi Osaka thing was unfortunate. Yeah, let's just leave it at that, I guess. But Medvedev as well. I think Medvedev dealt with it pretty well in the end. And in the end, he won the crowd over in New York in 2019. So much so that in the final, they were hoping for 5 sets and they got it. So he started to get a lot of support in that final when Nadal goes up 2 sets to love. I was at that match.
Yeah, recently, like with the crowds, I sort of realized that when I'm at a big stadium, I want like everyone to be there, and I want like everyone to be loud. That's where I have the most fun. But when I'm watching something on an outside court, I really love this atmosphere when it's like just me, the coach of one of the players, and the coach of the other player, and that's basically it. Like I love this sort of atmosphere, but when it's a huge stadium, I want the big crowd. So basically the size of the court, the size of the stadium, the size of the venue sort of determines it for me. And
Yeah, an empty Ash probably feels pretty empty. I mean,
Yeah.
actually, I've been on Ash for like the second night match. Sometimes when everyone's sort of going home, I remember I watched Djokovic's first round against a Polish player in 2016. Who did he play?
Jerzy Janowicz, yeah.
Yeah,
He took a set.
he did. Yeah,
Great couple of sets. I remember watching that. Yeah.
Phil Collins opened that night.
Oh, yeah, that was the year. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and Djokovic in his encore interview did a little dance afterwards and a sing song. And then I don't remember the women's match, but I did stay around for it. But that was one of those. That was one of the occasions I fell asleep. Having had a few drinks, we actually went because the stadium sort of half emptied. We went right down, really quite close to the court, despite our tickets not being valid for that part. I think we might even got invited. Like, just someone just said, a steward just said, you can just go down.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was at the point I fell asleep.
Van de Wey, by the way, Coco Van de Wey also finished her career, apparently.
Okay.
I'm just reading.
$22 honey juices. I mean, they've gone up. They go up every year. And I remember New York last year being insanely expensive just because of how poor the euro was against the dollar at this time last year. It's not great now, but it was even worse a year ago.
Well, Echeverry is about to have to serve to stay in the match again.
Okay.
This was supposed to be a close one, and needless to say, it is.
I think it's going to be pretty much impossible for Sabalenka to get the job done before your match finishes. But Kenin might. She's probably going to have to break serve if she's going to do it, though, here. She's at 4-all. If Sabalenka gets this done in straight sets, I might be done by 5. I might stay. I mean, I could go any time, but... How old is Zanevska then, if she's retiring?
Oh, like 27 or something. She's
Why is she
retiring due
retiring?
to constant back pain.
Oh, okay. According to Wikipedia, she's Ukrainian-Belgian, although...
30. Actually, 30. Yeah, she used to play for Ukraine.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact year, but she used to play for Ukraine and then only switched to Belgium at some point. Yeah, 30. So I didn't actually think that she was 30, but
Almost a beautiful winner from Sabalenka. That must have been very, very close, but it goes out. So 40-30.
oh, and she actually turned 30 since that announcement. She turned 30 just 6 days ago. So I guess that's why she didn't feel like she would be 30.
Hey, Max, probably will stay, or I'll be here until the end of Sabalenka's match. She's just won the first set. Arena has. So that's that done. Sabalenka's a set up. How is Kenin doing?
Yeah.
Kenan's going to serve for it. Kenan's going to serve for it. So,
nice.
Yeah.
I'll probably leave John to it after Echeverry Virtanen are done. But yeah. And then it's going to be his call when to.
Yeah. I'll probably keep going to the end of the Sabalenka match.
At this point, you might as well, right? I mean,
Yeah.
It's probably going to be like, 40 minutes from here?
I mean, Echeverry looks like he's going to comfortably hold. In fact, I think he is going to.
Yep.
So you're into the tiebreak.
He's just done that.
I might join the tiebreak, actually.
Deciding since tiebreak.
I mean, how long was the tiebreak between Rafa and Manarino. I bet that was over 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. That was to 7, right? Not to 10.
It was to 7, yeah. So in fact, in a way, that had even more chances to be done because it was a first set tiebreak.
Yeah.
I think it was over 20 minutes, and yet it was 16-14. So I mean, it was long, but there have been longer ones for sure.
There is a similarity though between the tie breaks because the winner of that Manarino, I mean, it felt like the loser of that Manarino Nadal tiebreak lost the match on the spot, and here definitely the loser of the tiebreak loses the match on the spot.
Yeah.
Will Echeverry get another crack at Wawrinka? Or will Virtanen win his debut match in a Grand Slam major?
So I've got 1-0 with Echeverry holding balls. I decide which ball to serve with.
Yeah. I've already seen the second point.
Okay. Yeah, comfortable one, unreturnable. Oh, Kenin love 30 on her serve. What's Kenin's deepest run in New York? She got to the semis? No.
I doubt she was very deep. I do not remember her in like a later round. I would say, like, off the top of my head, she hasn't made the quarters, but that's maybe a guess, maybe a wrong guess. Yeah, fourth round 2020.
Good start for Echeverry.
Yeah, and it keeps getting better with another kind of weird error from Vitanen. I'm not really sure what was going on there. Did he break his actually? Did he spring? Yeah, I think maybe his strings broke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's going to change his racket. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate moment.
Yeah, he's just sort of taken a swipe at his bag.
Good way to recover though with the 132 miles per hour ace. Canyon in 2020 in New York, she beat Wickmeyer, Fernandez, Jabeur, and lost to Elise Mertens in 2.
Yeah, 2020 is the one I thought that she might have gone far at, because I remember it being during the pandemic and seeing her sat in the stands when.
Well, like a month later, she was in the French Open final, right?
Yeah, and I guess the same year she won the Australian Open 2020. Yeah, beating Muguruza in the final. Who's just sort of taken an unannounced break from tennis. And we've got 5-1, so it should be over quite soon. $10:30, that's not too bad for New York. 10:30 if they do get wrapped up by, say, 11 o'clock. The metro in New York is open pretty late, though, I think. I'm not sure if it's 24 hours or 2 a.m. It might be 24 hours, actually. Maybe Janie can tell me the subway. I'm going to go 24 hours. Ken's at deuce, although she's now at a break point down and she's trying to serve this out.
One mini break restored, although it's with an Echeverry double fault. So
Kenin back to deuce, 2 points away from victory.
Yeah, I mean, Vitanen is kind of blowing his chance here. Seemed like a great play there. Just a +1 forehand followed up to the net, but super tense on the volley. And he's got another here, but okay, this one is going to be a lot more comfortable for him.
6-3. Hi, Peaches. So Peaches is off to, I don't even know where, didn't even know Peaches was based in New York or in New York. Anyway. Sounds like, Jane, you're not going to go at all because of the prices. I did see some more of the stories about prices for grounds passes, which just seemed insane. $7-3. And Kenin's got it. Kenin got the job done, finally. So Kenin's through. Just 2 more matches remaining. One of which is Sabalenka, Zanevska. And the other one is this tiebreak between Echeverry and Virtanen. Yeah, if Sabalenka advances this up in straight sets, probably be done before 5.
Ooh, fantastic forehand winner down the line now from Vitanen. 4-7 down, but at least he has 2 serves now. Maybe there's still some hope.
Seems like you need to get the ground passes early, Janie, but I think funnily enough for Ash, you can keep your powder dry, and that is a good forehand win. I've just seen it, yeah. Unless things have changed year on year. I would try and go, yeah, Anastasia, yeah. 20 to 5 in the morning here. So Peaches is going to be there, and I think Anastasia is going again tomorrow. I don't have a Discord set up. Maybe I should, Peaches. 8-4 anyway. Good day, Anastasia. I think she's been around various different courts. I think 1 minute she was watching Murray. I think she was on for the Feast match as well. And I think those matches probably overlapped. Fernandez too? Did you catch Fernandez too, Anastasia? Anyway, the Argentinian is 2 points away from victory. I can imagine, Anastasia, with all the jumping around from the different courts. So, 8-4 here. $8-5 now. Is he going to go and win 3 or 4 points in a row just to lengthen this out? For those of you just joining us, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. Make sure you hit the like button because we might not be here for much longer. It depends on how quickly this Sabalenka-Zanevska match finishes too.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really to analyze here. Like, Virtanen has just played an extremely nervous tiebreak.
Yeah, 9-5 now. So he's got 4 match points. Yeah, he just went too long there, yeah. And
The end.
done. Yeah, Echeverri does get it done. In the end, 10-5. Yeah, unreturnable. Goes to his knees and celebrates. Another Argentinian through to the next round to join the Cerundolo brothers.
It's funny that Juan Manuel Cerundolo is in the second round of the US Open.
I know. I think he got through. Did he get through earlier than his brother in terms of, I think the matches were going on at the same time? And
Well, it was a long one, but maybe.
it was a long one. I think both were 5 sets. Yeah.
He started a bit earlier. No, Fran only took 4 against Friday.
Okay. Yes, I'm not surprised the food was pricey. I think, Anastasia, you can take your own food into the US Open, but I think you're not allowed to take alcohol in, unlike Wimbledon.
That's interesting too. So I just saw a tweet that says Echeverri wins 10-5 in the 5th set tiebreak. What a match. Only saw the tiebreak, but man, that was high drama. If you only saw the tiebreak, was it really high drama? I mean, Echeverri led like 4-0 and absolutely never was close to letting the lead go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, from leading 4-0, it never got his lead never shortened to less than 3 points.
Right.
So yeah, basically no, it was not high drama in the tiebreak. But well, Echeverri Wawrinka again. I would have liked to see Virtanen, something new. Virtanen Wawrinka. What a weird matchup that would have been as well. Echeverri Wawrinka. I've already seen that. I don't want to see it again. But I guess in the long run, it doesn't really matter. Sinner will probably take out either guy anyway. All right. I'll leave you to it then.
Yep.
To Marina Zanevska and Aryna Sabalenka. Thanks all the guys in the chat, even the ones that came right now. Peaches and Anastasia. I don't feel like I've seen you before today, but the last 10 minutes I've spent basically just looking at the match, and I don't really have energy for anything else. But yeah, thank you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow on the, what was it, first serve?
First serve, yeah. First
serve, yes. See you on the first serve. And then the second serve is what?
If you want to come back at sort of midnight tomorrow night, we'll play it by ear, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, I'll see you guys on the first serve then.
Cheers. So I better switch my TV over to the final match in New York today, which, by the way, by New York standards, is not too bad. That they should get things wrapped by midnight, I would suggest at the latest. And if Aryna does her thing, should even be done much sooner than that. But let's have a look. Last I saw, they were on serve. So let's have a quick look to see if they still are. At the beginning of the second set, of course, Sabalenka winning the first set 6-3. Oh, Zanevska's up an early break. Mind you, she was up an early break in the previous set and squandered it immediately. Let's see if she does the same. We will be streaming at various points during the day tomorrow, Peaches. I don't know exactly what our schedule will be right now. I'll have to have a quick look to see. Terry. Terry's asking, what is the first serve? I will tell you, Terry, in a bit more detail with a pre-recorded video at the end of this game. So Zanevska's serving at 40-30 right now. At the end of this game, Terry, I've got a little video to promote the first serve. Terry, you're based in the UK, right? If I'm memory serves me right. Ooh, Zanevska's up in this rally. She's going for the drop shot, but that's not going to work. Back to deuce. Yeah, it's kind of like a last ball drops replacement. It's everything that the last ball drops is, except for the timing, really. Last ball drops, of course, for the 2 European slams makes it pretty easy for people like myself, but also a large proportion of the Talking Tennis team to cover. But because the last ball drops in New York at anywhere between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m., it's just very, very difficult for us. And I know that we've got a lot of contributors based in the Americas, but Zanevska's wayward with that backhand. That's true, but the problem is that such as Vonch, for example, a regular contributor, he is pretty much tied up for these 2 weeks. I see Pam Shriver there, very, very, very close to the action. Of course, I think she's working for ESPN, isn't she? Her player, Donna Vekic, went out today. Somewhat surprisingly to victory, I think in 3 sets. I think she won the first set. Anyway, Sabalenka has a break point here. Return of serve. Those of you just tuning in, by the way, make sure you hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Second serve here for Sabalenka to look at. And it's a double fault, and that second serve was very, very, very long. Answering Terry's question, and anybody else that wants to know, make sure you tune in at 9 a.m. Eastern Time for the following. Remember last ball drops? Remember that pretty successful thing we had on during the French Open and during Wimbledon, that as soon as that last ball dropped, we would go live with a review of the day? Well, for New York, we've got something slightly different. It's called the first serve. It may look like last ball drops. It may even appear like last ball drops, but it's on at a different time. Some of you may be thinking, oh, a little bit more convenient, European time, mid-afternoon. Well, you're probably right. Anyway, it's coming your way every day for the next week or so, from probably until about around 4, I would imagine, 3 p.m. Central European time, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, and therefore 9 a.m. in New York, so Eastern Time. Will be coming your way every day with a review of the previous day's action and a look forward to the day ahead. All here on Talkin' Tennis. So, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and see you at 9 a.m. Eastern Time every day during the US Open until middle of the second week, more or less. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Terry, hopefully that clears it up for you. Any confusion as to what that will be? It'll be Damien and I tomorrow, for example. And yeah, we'll just be looking back on the previous day's play. For those of you that remember, during the French Open and Wimbledon, we did last ball drops, where we went live at the end of the day's play. But obviously, due to the time difference for most of us here in Europe, it obviously is a little bit easier if we do it the following day. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, Sabalenka is leading here on her serve 30-love. After a return goes long from Zanevska. Going to get a scoreboard that's a bit more in sync with my my TV. And she's now at 40-love very quickly. Didn't take long for Arena to eke out that advantage. Some big serving. Yeah, I just called it first serve as well because, first of all, it doesn't go live at the last point drops moment, Max. And And it's different, but the same. And it also falls before the first serve. So, ooh, Arena. Trying a drop shot there, but I didn't know if that was the right decision. It certainly was poorly executed anyway. 40-15. Yeah, so we'll go live at 3 o'clock tomorrow, and then, we'll probably have some matches coming your way. I know Tom will be doing some commentary tomorrow. All back at 40-30 now. Nolan will be pleased with Damien's presence for sure. He always clocks in and says, "Hi, is Damien going to be on?" And if I say no, he says, "All right, see you later." And if Damien's on, he's like, "All right, I'll stick around." Okay, 40-30. Oh, an ace. So we're back at 2-all. 2 games all. I think it's time as well, probably at the next changeover, to just have a quick look back on the day's play as well. But we'll do that the next changeover, with Zanevska serving at 2 games all. Sabalenka on the prowl, a bit like the tiger that she has tattooed to her arm. Backhand return from Saba. Drop shot from... Ooh, Sabalenka's got that one. Nice. I think she's got it anyway, although her reaction suggested otherwise. In fact, her reaction tells us. I thought that landed in. 15 love, Zanevska. So it's a drop shot here. Pretty good, but she chases it down, gets her racket on it. Ah, yeah, it's wide. Okay. Into the body serve, but no. 15 love, second serve here. Great to see the chat still alive. Oh, lovely return there, Arena. 15 all. So, Terry, are we all clear now? Are we going to see you at 9 o'clock? Sorry, 3 p.m. What time zone are you in, Terry? If you're in the UK, it's 2 p.m. Even if we don't see you live anyway, you can always catch up later on. And we'll probably do another couple of live streams as well. Probably tomorrow we'll have 3 live streams coming your way. Probably 3 p.m. Central European time, 9 a.m. Eastern time for the first serve. And then we'll probably do a couple of watch-alongs with you as well. One for the sort of daytime matches and then one nighttime. Probably. Yeah, no worries, Terry. Are you in the UK, Terry? Oh, Sabalenka dumping a forehand into that. 19 unforced errors from Marina today. 40-15. Right. That's enough cookies all day. 40-30. It's Zanevska's turn to put a forehand into the net. Huh. Not surprised, Terry. Oh, are we back at juice? We are. We're at juice. So, juice, Zanevska serving. Where are you going with this one? She will be retiring at the end of this tournament. Could be today from tennis, singles at least. Oh, we have an advantage for Sabalenka. So we've got a break point now for the number 2 seed. Remember, I think if she goes further than Swiatek at this tournament, she goes one round further, she takes the world number 1. So if she gets to the 3rd round and Iga goes out in the 2nd, she becomes world number 1. If they both go out in the 2nd round, Swiatek remains number 1. Simple as that. If they both get to the final, it's a shootout. Oh, we've got a double fault from Zanevska. Double fault Zanevska. So Arina Sabalenka now leads 3-2 with a break. We will take a short break, during which we will have a quick look back on the day's action. Indeed, it is a Borak. Indeed, it is, Janie. And it's very, very tasty. Okay, Sabalenka, 30 love on her serve. And it's her serve that is helping her out right now because she goes into a 40 love lead as she edges closer to victory. And Zanevska edges closer to retirement. So for those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you have not already subscribed, please do so. $2,719 subscribers. Getting closer to that 3,000 mark. Zanevska gets a point back, so we're at 40-15. Still 2 game points, though, for Sabalenka to take a 4-2 lead. 1 hour and 7 minutes clock on 1 hour and 7 minutes on the clock, just approaching 11 p.m. local time in New York. Good serve there from Marina. Now it's on her forehand. Plenty of time to size that one up. Good defense, though, from Zanevska. Now on the backhand side for Zanevska, good defense again, but that time it was just too much. Sabalenka takes that 4-2 lead. Hit the like button. How many likes are we at on YouTube right now? If you are watching on YouTube, let me know in the live chat. How many likes do we have? Also, let me know where you're tuning in from. I guess pretty much all of you will be in the US. Thanks, Peaches. Yeah, we're getting there, little by little. Oh, some other news today regarding Talking Tennis is that we have been given a press pass, press accreditation for the San Diego Open, the WTA 500, coming up next month. So we'll have Vanch there doing some bits and pieces for us. $15 love, Zanevska. Where you go with this serve? It's a second serve. Backhand return from Sabalenka is mean and lean. And it's 15 all. Must have just clipped the line, that one. Also, give us a follow on Instagram at Talking Tennis TT or on Twitter. Also, go to our Facebook page and give us a like there, please. We need your support in every way, shape, and form. What do I hear you say? You want to see our Facebook page? You want to see what it looks like? All right, I'll share it with you. Hang on. There you go. It's a bit of a look at our Facebook page. Head over there, give us a like, give us a review, give us a rating. I think there's a thing where you can rate the Facebook page out of 5. Not yet rated. Look, 1 review. Anyway, more importantly, give us a like or a follow or both on there, but also on Instagram and Twitter at Talking Tennis TT. Bringing you back to the action on Louis Armstrong. We are at 30 all on the Zanevska serve. So Sabalenka really trying to get this done. $30 all. Oh, an ace for Zanevska. An ace for Zanevska. 40-30. Should we go like that with the score? Now let's go back to this. 40-30. Oh, double fault deuce. Double fault deuce. Don't worry, Terry. Twitter's enough. And YouTube as well. I mean, we've got you on YouTube. We've got you on Twitter. That ain't bad. Well, indeed. As long as you hit a like on this, video as well, I'm good. How many likes have we got, by the way, people? Let me know in the live chat how many likes we're on for this YouTube video. If you haven't liked already, we've got 9 people on YouTube. We've got 1 of you tuning in on Twitch as well. We've got another one on Facebook. If you're watching right now on Facebook, hit the like button. Oh, Sabalenka break point, but she squanders it by putting that relatively easy forehand wide. So we're back at deuce. Somebody right now is watching on Facebook. Please hit the like button to put us up to 5 likes on Facebook. And how many likes have we got on YouTube? Let me know, someone in the live chat. Let me have a look. 22. Oh, that's not bad, Peaches. Could be better. Could be worse. Good return there on the forehand from Sabalenka, forcing the error from Zanevska. Advantage, Aryna Sabalenka. I was hoping she might get this done by 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. Central European time, 11 p.m. local time, but she's dragging her feet a little bit, but she's got a break point here. She wins this next point, she'll be serving for it. Oh, double. Nope. Jump too soon. Second serve. Backhand return. Backhand Zanevska. Forehand Sabalenka. Good depth there from Zanevska. Good defense now from Zanevska, but she's going to have to do it again, and she can't. A forehand winner for Aryna Sabalenka. 5-2 she leads at the changeover. We'll take a quick 60-second break, and then we'll be back to see if she can serve it out.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Indeed. Sabalenka serving for the match, but she does lose the first point, so it's love 15 to her immense disappointment. Love 15. $15 now, 3 points away from victory. Three points away from victory. Oh, but she's just putting the ball into the net, 15-30. 15-30. And now we're back at 30-all. 30-all, ladies and gentlemen. 2 points away from victory. Sabalenka to the backhand and then a forehand winner. So that's 30-all. Yeah, let's go, Saba. Let's get this done. Poor Zanevska. I know she's at the end of her career, but yeah. Okay, goes down the tee with an ace. So she's got match point. Aryna Sabalenka. Let's see if you can get this done. Here we go, 40-30. Match point, Sabalenka for a place in the second round. Backhand return is wayward. It was a forced sort of error on the return, if you like. And Sabalenka is through to the next round of the US Open. She wins this tie 6-3, 6-2. So she is through to the next round quite comfortably in straight sets. She did go a breakdown in both sets, but in the end, it was a straight sets win over the Belgian Zanevska. Zanevska, of course, is retiring. So she bows out. I might just stay around for a couple more minutes just to hear Sabalenka's encore interview. Zanevska does give a little heart to her team. I can see 1 or 2 tears. Oh, bless her. She's in tears as well, Zanevska. The end of her singles career cut short a little bit earlier than I'm sure she would have liked because a back injury. Congrats to Sabalenka indeed, Max. Make sure you hit the like button, people, because we've only got another minute or 2 before we wrap this one up. Off she goes. Bless her heart. Nice one, Zanevska. She had little chances. She went up a break early in the match. I think she broke Sabalenka in the first game of the match. But from the moment that Sabalenka broke back, I guess there was little doubt as to where the match was going to end up. I know she broke early again. Yeah, no handshake. Well, Terry, these tensions between Ukraine and Russian-born and Belarusian-born players, unfortunately, endures. Pam Shriver. Yeah, difficult start, Pam says. Of course, losing her serve in the first game. She thanks the crowd for staying. Because she said, if I was you, I think I would have gone. She said it was so humid, it was really difficult to hold her racket. Thanks again. She blows a kiss to the crowd. You were in a difficult spot. She's reminding the second set because, of course, she was a breakdown in both sets. But then she won 6 games in a row because I think she was 2-love down, wasn't she? She said, I just focused on myself and not the score. First round matches are never easy, Pam reminds her. What does it mean to have someone finish their career against you? I felt sorry for her, Sabalenka says. I think she played a great match. It's a good way to, it's a good place to finish your career, she says. It's a pity she couldn't continue for many more years. She's asked what is her favorite thing to do in New York. Going for good dinners, she says. Good restaurants. I love Italian, Japanese, she says. Everything, and then she giggles. Thank you. She deserves a good meal, as Pam reminds her. And so Sabalenka is through to the next round. I'm going to have a quick look to see if I can figure out who she's playing in the next round. And then I think we'll probably call it a night. Yeah, this is the joke that she played to the crowd. So that is us done. Let's see if I can find out who Sabalenka is playing in the next round before I bring this stream to an end. US Open round 2. She'll play Jodie Burrage in the next round. There we go. On Wednesday night or on Wednesday at some point. Don't know if that'll be the night match or not. But there we go. She's off to play the Brit Jodie Burrage. Yes, Zanevska was born in Ukraine but played under the Belgian flag. Okay. So, everybody, you know the drill. Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful to have you. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you're new. Make sure you tune in tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Central European Time for the first serve. Look forward to seeing and hearing many of your comments and happy faces, I guess, tomorrow. And we'll also have some live commentaries tomorrow as well. Probably myself and Damien and Tom and others. Speak to you then. Bye.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Remember last ball drops? Remember that pretty successful thing we had on during the French Open and during Wimbledon, that as soon as that last ball dropped, we would go live with a review of the day? Well, for New York, we've got something slightly different. It's called the first serve. It may look like last ball drops. It may even appear like last ball drops, but it's on at a different time. Some of you may be thinking, oh, a little bit more convenient, European time, mid-afternoon. Well, you're probably right. Anyway, it's coming your way every day for the next week or so, from probably until about around 4, I would imagine, 3 p.m. Central European Time, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, and therefore 9 a.m. in New York, so Eastern Time. We'll be coming your way every day with a review of the previous day's action and a look forward to the day ahead, all here on Talkin' Tennis. So, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and see you at 9 a.m. Eastern Time every day during the US Open until middle of the second week, more or less.
it to be true. And when you dance, I'm in the groove. You make me move. You make me move.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.